Sydney Catholic Schools Secondary Cross Country Championships for 2025, live from the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. James Preston and Tan Fan are here with you to take you through all the action. We are not too far away from our first event, and the big story here is, Tan, the rain. Somehow it's held off despite an absolute deluge throughout Sydney over the past few days.
Absolutely right. Thank you so much for joining us today. The rain is holding off for now. Fingers crossed for everyone involved that it continues to hold off. But you know what, James? Cross country isn't meant to rain.
You're right. It's meant to be all kinds of conditions, and they'll certainly deal with that here today. Of course, you can see this is our first camera point on the course itself, and really a mix of terrain here. So they've got grass to move through, gravel, a little bit of sand. There are some puddles floating about, a little bit of mud as well. Now, it's held up reasonably well considering all the rain we've had, but you're right, it will still be quite a challenge for these students.
It will be pretty slippery out there, I would imagine, on the grass, but you know what, the students, they look ready. I don't think they'll be bothered by it much, James, and they look forward to the first race, which is the 16-year-old girls.
And that'll be getting underway quite shortly here, but let's take you through the course itself. It is a bit of a challenging one. There's a little bit of a difference too between the shorter form and also our longer 4 and 8 kilometre courses, for example. So fair few turns to navigate on this one, and we do have checkpoints listed throughout. So where we'll get our split times will ultimately be around checkpoint 1, then also around that checkpoint 20 mark, and then finally toward the end at checkpoint 23. So that map will come up shortly, but we'll get 3 split times throughout the course as they're running, and they roughly correlate to where our camera positions are as well. And in between, of course, we can head across and check out the Split Tracker app, and that will give you the most up-to-date details. Hopefully we don't have any technical issues with it, but usually a great thing to see, of course, each runner here today wearing a singlet that has a tracking chip in it, and that's how we get those times popping through.
I'm sure we'll be fine, James. So if you're tuned in, go put the kettle on, because I think the first race is going to be happening any time now. Grab yourself a coffee and enjoy.
Now, worth pointing out as well, more than 1,400 students competing here today, Tan, and the next step for them, of course, the Triple C competition as well. So there's a lot on the line, and I mean, look, obviously the main thing here is about having a great time, getting out and about in nature and enjoying the run, but there is still that sense of competition for a lot of students too.
Absolutely, and we've got some tracking times from last year, which I'm sure the students will be up for trying to better this year. The record for the 16 girls last year is held by Matilda Richards at 14 minutes and 17 seconds. So that'll be quite a challenge to beat, but I'm sure our athletes will be up to try and do that today.
Yeah, well, in terms of the top 3 from the 15 girls who will be stepping up into this division for this year, Alexis Hudson took out the 15 girls last year with a time of 15 minutes and 2 seconds, followed by Liv Leah in the time of 16:30, and then Jessie Hers in 16:37. So we expect they'll be thereabouts once again, but there can be so much chopping and changing, especially I feel, Tam, when we get towards sort of the end of high school. That's when, you know, development happens at different stages for these young athletes, and we can see a huge change in performance in the span of 12 months.
Absolutely right. And as you mentioned, the top 3 of 15 years last year, Alexis Hudson came in at 15:02, a solid and a half ahead of our second. So time, I put it to beat the 16.
And he is an all-time record. So previously it was Grace McMahon who crossed in 2023 in 16:35. So that run was enough to shave a minute and a half off the previous record.
Well, I won't put it past it to shave another minute and a half off today.
Certainly could be the case here. Now we're just waiting for the final marshalling of this first event. We've got a few students still walking the track. I can see out to the left-hand side of our commentary position at the moment. It's roughly where you're seeing on the map. In fact, if I put my hand up in the air here, we might even see a little wave. But here's the 4 and 8 kilometre course. So they'll start where that little green marker is. Our first checkpoint is at number 1. So that's where our first splits will happen, just after that point there. They'll then head further down, sweep around as they come to 7, pushing all the way through up towards 14 and 15. Now, there's a bit of a differentiation here. So For the 4 and 8 kilometre course, it's a hairpin turn back in. The other courses, they'll continue to just sweep around. We'll get another check of their position in terms of the split time as we head around to about position 20, and then a last check on position 23. Now, there's not a great deal of time between that final checkpoint and the actual finish line. So when we start to get those results come through, it's probably set in stone that that's going to be who's in front. There might be a little tussle, of course, depending on the split as they come into this home straight, but inside the actual roofed area, it's really only about 50 metres.
Well, yes, that's right. Even less, I think, but all set up for a strong finish.
You can see there the 3 and 6 kilometre course, so there's the big difference. So we're not getting that big hairpin turn that would have been there just after checkpoint 14. So that would then check back through, and then around points 19 and 20, that's when you're seeing them head back around the dam again. So that is the difference between the 3 and 6 kilometre course.
But for the girls, for the 16 girls, they'll be running 4 kilometres this morning. And that view that you have right now is a covered area. That's the finish line there. So fantastic camera right there. We'll see who crosses that line first.
Certainly will. And it was a very swift year last year, because you're right, Matilda Richards, of course, also smashing the previous record in that 16th division. Now this one is the frightening one here, 10. More than 3 minutes the difference for the work of Matilda Richards compared to Claudia Patiri, for example, who previously ran at 17:58. So exceptionally
amazing,
fast.
Absolutely amazing. And of course, Matilda Richards will be running in the 17s race this year, which is at 10 a.m. So we'll look forward to seeing her. And hopefully, she'll be running at the same pace again this year.
As you can see there, some of our athletes warming up in the red bibs, and we've already mentioned some of those top ones to watch, at least based on last year's results in the 15 girls. Alexis Hudson, Liv Lear, Jessie Hers, Ellie Nolan, Alana Kelly, Raquel Boswell, Victoria Hatzavasilio, Jessica Fernandez, Tatiana Nemitz, Sophie Kerr. Those are the top 10. And within that top 10, still not a huge degree of difference in those times, even with that record-breaking time set by Matilda Richards. It's still only about 2 minutes, which is quite a tight spread, all things considered. So in terms of potential rainfall as well today, it is still very much a chance on the cards. And I mean, Tan, you've been up further north in the Central Coast. That's where you've travelled from this morning. It's been very wet there.
I came down in the tinny this morning, James. It's parked outside the arena.
I was wondering why there's a boat here at the Equestrian Centre.
We've had a lot of rain up north, and due a lot more over the coming days too. But like I said, I think cross country. In my memories of cross country when I was a teenager, growing up in the north of England, is very much wet, muddy, slippery, but it was good fun.
I think that's every single person who grew up in the north of England.
Well, that's right.
It's constantly raining.
Well, we can't wait for a nice day because it never comes. So.
No, that's why you had to move here. Yes. Just having a little look at the forecast itself. So we're more likely to see rain after 4 p.m. So this should be all done and dusted by about 3. There is still the chance it could occur, probably starting from as early as 10. But we've been sitting here. The sun's been out and shining. It has. It doesn't seem to be a great deal of cloud coverage at the moment, but look, it's largely restricted to the coast. It could potentially shift a little further inland to where we are here in Sydney's west, but I think we might be okay, at least until the final sort of few races for today.
Well, we'll take one for the team today. We'll just hold the clouds over the Central Coast for today, just to make sure that our students won't get too wet today.
You might well need the boat to come back. What would be the closest river here, you reckon?
There's one right there in the picture.
That is a pond, Tan. That's an absolute pond. So there's one of our other checkpoints here, 2A. So I believe that actually might be position 20, because when we see the 2 in front, that's actually correlating to the double digits in there. So here they come now. This is the 16 girls division. Fashionably late, we should say, for 16 girls.
True to form.
True to form. I'll be keeping a close eye on those skirt times coming through. I think they have now been populated, so that's a good sign for us here in the commentary booth. We don't have eyes directly on the field outside of what you're seeing and what we can infer from the website. It looks like we might be getting underway maybe in the next 5 or so minutes. What we might leave you with until we start to see them head towards the starting line here is maybe a little bit of ambient music and some pictures to show you exactly all the beautiful surroundings here of the Sydney International Equestrian Centre.
This is the first call for event 2, the 18 years boys 8 kilometres. Please make your way to the last area. First call for event 2, the 18 years boys 8 kilometres. Please make your way to the last area.
So it looks like we're just about ready to get back underway here. The girls have moved from the marshal area to the start line. This should be the 16 girls division. Set to get us underway and begin things here for the Secondary Schools Cross Country Championships for the Sydney Catholic Schools 2025 Championships. Live from the Sydney Equestrian International Centre. And a little bit of a false start there, but they are off and running now, the girls. So 16 girls division underway. And they'll be jostling here for an early lead. Try and set the tone from the outset. Nice start made across the board. Always good to see here, Tan. Nobody stumbling, falling, tripping. It can always be a real contest to get out of those blocks to begin with, but girls have done well here, and that does look to be a nice lead established here. That is Alexis Hudson. So
she's the one to look out for. Alexis Hudson set the record last year in the 15 girls at 15 minutes and 2. She'll be a hot favourite for today, and hoping to beat the record from last year, which is held by Matilda Richards at 14:17.
And based on that previous run, you'd imagine she'd come very close as well. And getting off to a flying start here, the Brigidine student. And I don't think she'll be worried too much about fatigue or tapering off toward the end of the race, even with that rapid start. That's the kind of athlete she is, and great to see there as well. A bit of smiles and thumbs up from the girls.
Yeah. A couple of girls having a chat and a gentle jog. Beautiful. But yes, Alexis Hudson, she's off at the start, and she's setting the pace. So there's no second guessing that she's going to go out for the win today.
A little bit of early morning fog here as well at Western Sydney. No rain falling as of yet, though. A few gloomy skies floating about too, so some great shots coming in here, courtesy of Bar TV. The girls make their way downhill, so they're roughly at checkpoint 2 at the moment. We should get some results populating soon on the website. I'll be able to tell you what's happening with this particular one. Of course, up next, though, the boys will head to the starting line. They're running at the 8-kilometre discipline. Based on the delay on this one, that should be underway in about 5 minutes' time. Alexis Hudson, well and truly in front at the moment. Had a great start there, and we made sure to write down that number, knowing exactly what she's capable of. And yeah, so the first split time for Alexis has occurred. So 52 seconds for her. What we are already noticing here, though, 10. Oh, no, here we go. They've populated now, so take us through the top 5.
Yeah, so Alexis Hudson at 52 seconds, followed closely by Jessie Hers. Now, Jessie Hers came third in the 15-year race last year. And then in third place, Isabella Muck, with Alana Kelly in 4th, and Ellen Nolan currently in 5th. And that's at the first checkpoint.
Yeah, we can expect both Ellie Nolan and Alana Kelly to be thereabouts. It was Nolan who finished 4th in this event last year in the 15 girls division. Alana Kelly just in behind her at 5th, and between the pair of them, just 7 seconds. So Alexis Hudson in front at the moment, but it's a pretty familiar top 5 as it stands here.
It is. I'm just looking at the top 10 from last year, and it's pretty much the same. Tatiana Nemeth in 10th. Tatiana came 9th last year. Jasmine Kelly as well. Jasmine came in 12th last year. She's currently in 8th.
Willow Skeen as well, a good start here, currently in 6th, and she finished 11th overall last year. So we probably expect that top 10 to be reasonably similar. Of course, everybody will be hunting Alexis Hudson based on her heroics last year. If you're just joining us, she bested 2nd by a minute 28 seconds and setting a new record in the process for the 15 girls and taking off about 2 minutes from that previous record. And here's some great shots, courtesy of the drone from Bar TV overlooking the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. It's a beautiful venue. We talk about Sydney Motorsport Park as being a great venue for a bunch of the primary school students, but I don't think it gets better than this one here, Tam.
No, that's absolutely stunning. Stunning venue for our students to race in today. And I think there might be a few drops starting out there, but that's nice too, right? When you're running, just kind of cool you down, James.
Well,
right?
look, I read Phil Knight's Shoe Dog, so he's of course the founder of Nike, and that was ultimately where that little phrase "just do it" came from. Yep. One day it was raining, he decided, you know what, I don't care, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to get out there and I'm going to run. I believe they used to be called Blue Ribbon shoes before they were called Nike.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Look, I've read the book. I can't go back into the depths of the memory, though, unfortunately. But yes, Blue Ribbon shoes was initially a thing. It was a big deal he had with Japan. He said it was a very strange thing to do business with Japan post World War II, and there was a very particular way he had to speak to the directors, and and businessmen over there. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a tidbit for you as how Just Do It came about. Even in the rain, you've just got to get out there and you've got to do it.
Well, and our students are just doing it today. So amazing shots, courtesy of the drone out there.
Really showcasing the cross-country nature of this course. They'll go through all the elements here. Plenty of trees as well. They won't need a great deal of coverage from the sun, though.
Now, our program for this morning, the first 7 races this morning is obviously we've got the 16 girls currently running, and then followed by the 18 boys, then the 15 girls, 17 girls, 15 boys, 14 girls, and then 14 boys. They'll all run 4 kilometers, apart from the 18 boys who will run 8Ks. James, 8K is quite long, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very long distance. So almost getting towards that half marathon proportion once you get up into the double digits of kilometres. See just how lush it is here too. And I must say, Tan, walking from the car into the commentary booth here, it is actually quite soggy underfoot. So that's something that they'll have to navigate as well. There'll be a number of puddles and mud areas you'd have to imagine they'll be dealing with. And sometimes I wonder if that's actually easier on the legs. I mean, we talk about having a very hard surface. If you're running on the asphalt, for example, that can actually be quite detrimental to the calves and whatnot. But also when you're working through this sloggy, slushy terrain, that really sets the fatigue in too.
When it's heavy, correct. When it's heavy, it does take take its toll on the legs. But I do need to give a huge shout out to the Sydney Catholic School sports team, my colleagues, who've done an amazing job setting up the course. They've been packing all the equipment in vans and cars and bringing it down here yesterday afternoon, and then was here until late last night setting up. And they do this purely for our students. So huge shout out, guys. Well done. Fantastic job as always.
Speaking of our students, we can see a few of them just through the trees here at the moment. They haven't quite got to our second checkpoint as of yet. That's well and truly past the halfway point. So we might not get an update on them for a fair bit of time.
That's a pretty cool camera position there. Just through the bush. You see a few of the girls just, going by. And I think that's Alexis Hudson, is it?
And we'll get a closer look here. So Alexis Hudson is wearing 1121. So a little check on that there. Yeah, I think that might well be Alexis Hudson. So she's actually not too further in front of the closest opposition there. She comes down the hill. Now that should be roughly, I would imagine, Tan through. What checkpoint is that? So that's 15A there, yeah. So this is when they're about to loop back around. So they'll then head back down this hill, and then once they loop back up, we'll get a check at around marker 20. So in fact, I think it is populating now. So yeah, it's actually connecting across to the 15, so that's good for us. So the update here, Alexis Hudson still in front at 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Just 4 seconds in front of Jessie Hurst, so that's good timing from Jessie. And then Isabella Muck further 2 seconds behind Jessie. And then a little bit of a gap, 12 seconds between Isabella and then Sophie Kerr, who's in at 4th, followed by Alana Kelly in at 5th. So not a great deal of difference between the top 5 from last year either.
No, that's right. And it is very close. Jessie Hurst is only 4 seconds behind at this present time. So in good position.
So some more results coming through now. Jasmine Kelly in at 6th. Roma Taylor in at 7th. Ella Doak in 8th. Juliet Hearn now crosses in 9th. She's about a minute behind our front runner here of Alexis Hudson. And then bang on a minute. That's Andra Fallog. And I think it might be right there, Tim. There's a little bit of rain starting to come down now. It's not just the fog. It's also some very slight slivers of showers here as we keep pace with Alexis Hudson out in front here. You can see that gap between herself and the work of Jessie Hurst, maybe around 15 metres at this point in time. Hers has actually pulled a fair bit away from Isabella Muck here.
So Alexis and Jessie have started making their move, haven't they? I think we're probably, 2/3 into the race. But Alexis is still in front, leading by, like you said, about 15 meters. So let's see if she can extend that lead at the next checkpoint.
Well, based on Alexis Hudson and her efforts last year, about 15 minutes, we should be looking at potentially around 14:40, I would imagine, maybe 14 and a half, just shaving off a bit of time there. Now, at that recent checkpoint, she was 8 minutes in, so you'd imagine she's inside maybe the last 3 or so minutes now. So it's not a great deal of time for Jessie Hurst to make that move if she does want to close the gap. Just taking a look here at some of those other numbers coming through. In 11th, Ellie Nolan was about 1 minute and 2 seconds behind our front runner, followed by Raquel Boswell in 12th, Tatiana Nemeth in 13th, Jessica Fernandez in 14th, Sapphire Warner in 15th, Eloise Barton in 16th, Maggie Hamilton in 17th, Caitlin Darby in at 18th, about 1 minute and 27 seconds behind Alexis Hudson. Ellie Matthews in at 19th, and she was neck and neck with Gemma Peake, running at the top 20. So good contest here on our hands, but certainly Alexis Hudson in control at the moment with Jessie Hurst in pursuit.
And around this time, our 18 boys will be getting ready, heading their way to the Marshall area. Their race will be starting in probably about 5 to 10 minutes. But there we go. There's a great picture there of Alexis and Jessie. Alexis is checking her watch. I wonder what she's checking, James. The steps, or
I think just making sure she's keeping track with her pace that she would have been setting in the lead up to this tournament, ensuring that she's running at those time results she would have had help build into this performance. And that's the Carson there. You can actually see she's pulled away a fair bit now, coming down this hill, away from the work of Jessie Hurst. Now, that camera position there, that's around about that checkpoint 19 as they come up the hill here with the trees out on that right-hand side. And there's a bit of a gap between now Hudson and her, and then also further in behind Isabella Muck and Sophie Curl in pursuit.
This is when the leg starts to burn, right, James? Uphill, and it's quite a long stretch too.
It's a well-defined top 4 too. So Hudson followed by hers, and then it should be Muck and Sophie Kerr there, 1193. So Kerr has actually overtaken Isabella Muck, dropping back now to 4th, it looks like. She's in the centre of your screen at the moment, having a little look back, but she's got a sizable gap on the next closest. Still coming up there.
Might be safe to say that our top 4 is Alexis, Jessie, Isabella, and Sophie. And now the boys have just started boys race. So,
this is the 18 boys getting underway now. The only run that will be over 8 kilometres. So I believe they'll do the course twice. It's a good start made here across the board. So we'll have a few early pace setters, and we'll get their times popping up quite soon.
Time to beat from last year, 27 minutes and 39 dead by Tag and Nolan from Marist Catholic College. Obviously, Tag is finished school now, but that's the time to beat, 27:39.
And in terms of the work previously, of course, for the 17 boys, that's the real metric here, if you will. Who have stepped up in this 18-plus category. There is, in theory, a few boys that might still be competing, given it is 18-plus for them. But that was Archie Daly from Marsland College, Randwick, who took it out in a time of 18:47, followed by Rory Reid in a time of 19 minutes. Now, worth pointing out, though, of course, that was over 6 kilometres. That's why we're seeing that huge discrepancy in time. And I think that can throw a fair few spanners into the works there. You add the extra 2 kilometres, I think we could see a remarkably different finishing order.
Absolutely right.
Just waiting for the most recent split to come in here for our 16 girls division. And Alexis Hudson has now just reached that checkpoint. So 14:46, that's right towards the end of the tournament as well. So she should be approaching. Here she is now, in fact, into our finishing area, well and truly in front of the rest of the field. Outstanding performance here from Alexis Hudson. She's energized the crowd, something severe. And Jessie Hurst done a great job, though, to keep that tight on Alexis Hudson. She'll now be crossing. And then followed in by Sophie Kerr. So Sophie actually made up a fair bit of ground there, too, on Jessie Hurst. An outstanding performance in the top three.
Absolutely right. Top three, amazing race. And we're waiting for a fourth place to come through.
So it was Isabella Muck last time we checked, and of course she was having a little look over her back, but she had a good 200 or so metres margin between herself and fifth, and that does look to be Isabella Muck still in at fourth at the moment. And she will cross in that position. So it's Hudson, followed by Jessie Hurst, Sophie Kerr, and now Isabella Muck as our top four here in the 16 girls. And second, third, and fourth, all from Conference 3 as well. Alexis Hudson from Brigidine had a Conference 1, her final time, 15:19. So that's an excellent run from Alexis Hudson. And now crossing as well, another Brigidine student. In fact, it's all Brigidine who's coming through thick and fast.
Amazing race by the girls. And I'm just looking at the time from last year, James. Now, Alexis just came in at 15:19, and the record from last year, as I mentioned earlier, by Matilda Richards, 14:17. Now, again, we'll see Matilda run the 17s at 10 o'clock. So let's see what record she beats today.
It's worth pointing out as well, Sam, that within that race last year, there were some incredible times. Matilda Richards, of course, with that record at 14:17, but Brooke Carson, here's a sprint finish as well at the line. Well, they left plenty in the tank as well. And, geez, the crowd went up for that little battle. That was great to see, but just keeping up here with the previous results in the 16 girls. Matilda Richards, of course, with that record, 14:17. Brooke Carson was also a sub-15-minute time, so even that was about 20 seconds quicker than what we've seen here.
Yep.
But this is where it gets crazy. Grace McMahon is a previous record setter in a lower age group. She finished third. Yep. So that's how fast last year's group was. Worth pointing out that 15:21 there, so that was a time that Grace set, having previously broke the record. And this one here from Alexis Hudson, that would have been quicker than Grace. So still an extremely swift run, but last year there was something in the water.
Yeah.
There's a lot of terrific sprint finishes here. I mean, look, I did the same thing to him when I was running cross country. I always like to put on the sprint finish, but you know, you end up thinking, geez, did I have more in the tank where I could have gone at 80% the entire time instead of 60 and then 100?
Yeah, and so obviously you're very talented at this sport. I was just happy to finish. I was the one that was crawling across the line.
That's because you were dragging a tinny all the way down from the Central Coast.
Right.
So a little check-in here with the 18 boys. It was Archie Daly who was in front at the first split, but he was neck and neck. In fact, there was four of them who were right next to him, between Isaac Siebert, Rory Reid, Alex Clark, Hugo Wakim, and then just in behind that leading bunch was Danny Vo, Claudio Mora, and Jonathan Nolan. So that entire top eight there, just 2 seconds between all of them. That was at our first checkpoint, so we won't get an idea of just how close things are for a little bit of time. But worth pointing out, Archie Daly, of course, he was the man that took it out in the 17 boys last year with a time of 18:47, and that was 11 seconds quicker than Rory Reid, who's currently neck and neck with him, but third overall in our split.
Just confirm our top 10 finish for the girls 16 here. Hudson in first place at 15:19, followed by Jessie Hurst, Sophie Kerr in third, Isabella Muck, Alana Kelly, Jasmine Kelly in sixth, Raquel Boswell, Andrea Bamboo in eighth, Ella Doak in ninth, and Roma Taylor in 10th. That's our top 10 for the girls 16.
And there you can see 1-4-1-0. That's Archie Daly in front. He looks to have broken away a little bit here. As I mentioned, he did take out the 17 boys division last year by 11 seconds. He hasn't got quite that lead at the moment. So it's a good effort here. I think that still is Isaac Siebert, who's in pursuit at the moment. But Daly really working strongly at the moment. As in the stadium here, there's a couple of great sprint finishes happening as well, but Daly is in control here in the 18-plus boys division. So if you are hearing that noise pop up a fair bit in the background, that's because there's some exciting things happening here at the finish line too. But Daly has the lead here on Rory Reid, in fact it is. Yeah, so Reid, as expected, is now applying a little bit of pressure. Siebert's dropped back to third. In fact, there's quite a gap now, 21 seconds between himself and Archie Daly, 16 seconds between second and third as well. So Daly really setting the standard here, and Reid, based on the results of last year, likely to be the only real competitor for him based on the pace he's setting so far.
When it comes to cross country and 8 kilometres, James, 5 seconds, is that much?
I think a lot of it is the mental game. Mm-hmm. One thing I like to do when I was running would be whenever I found a hill, I would in particular try and almost get to a sprint, no matter what stage it was in the race. If I had anyone near me, I'd try and sprint down the hill and get that psychological edge on them. Saying, this is how fresh I am, this is how fast I can go. If you want to try and match it, you're going to have to step up. Now, I don't know if that's everybody's approach here, but I think, yeah, once you, it's not so much the case of the time. It's seeing, am I gaining any ground whatsoever?
Sure.
And if ever I try and put on a push, do they respond? If they respond, that's the thing, just put your closest competitor back in your box.
A lot of tactics then.
It's one of those things we talk about tennis, for example, as being a sport where it's not just the physical and the technical prowess, it's a very mental game. I think that applies as well for cross country. Obviously, you need the fitness, you got to deal with fatigue, and that's your own personal mental battle, but it's those little things around you with those competitors where you can just up the tempo every now and then, and that just sends a message. So populating now the top 10 here, of course, Archie Daly in front, 5 seconds at the previous split from Rory Reid. 16 seconds behind Rory was Isaac Siebert. Further 16 seconds behind Isaac was Hugo Wakim in at fourth. And about another 15 seconds behind him, that was Alex Clark. And then thereafter, it starts to just fan out a touch more. So already quite a big spread with the top 5. In at 6th, Luke Horton, then 7th is Jonathan Nolan. Now, he had a very good run as well. He did finish 7th last year, so that's pretty similar as it stands. Wakim, of course, finished 5th. Siebert was in at 4th. We haven't seen too much as of yet from the work of Lachlan Harkness. Now, I'm just checking to see if he's even running in this one at the moment. He's not in our top 20 as it stands, so Harkness may well be away for this one, given his previous performances.
Yeah, Harkness came in at what position last year?
So he was third overall.
Yeah,
so you'd imagine he'd be thereabouts. He's not in the top 20, so I'm going out on a limb. I'm saying Lachlan Harkness is not here this year. There is Archie Daly. You can see the speed he's working at. He's actually overtaking some of the girls who started a good 15 minutes before him. And that's good support as well there from the girls. They're actually clapping him as he goes past.
And he's extended his lead from Rory Reid there. It looks like he's probably about 30 metres plus ahead. And we just had a little glance back there just to see where Rory is. And Rory's still there. He's up the hill, the leg burner.
And for reference, this is roughly at around checkpoint 19. Now, of course, the boys will have to do 2 laps. That's where it gets really exhausting here. 8 kilometres in total. So lap number 1 here for the boys. So there's a long way to go in this one. We're looking at a time of roughly 18 to 19 minutes. So on that halfway point now, coming into the action here, that's Isaac Siebert still holding firm for third. Looks like he's increased his advantage over Hugo Wakim as well, who's making his way up the hill now. So Hugo Wakim in singlet number 1445, so no change to that top 4 from the previous split. And Alex Clark, in theory, should be the next man coming in because he had a sizable advantage on Luke Horton, who was chasing in at 5th.
Because the boys are doing 2 laps, they're doing 8 Ks, we'll be looking at a time of around 14 minutes for the first lap. James?
Thereabouts, yeah, I'd say so. Maybe a little bit quicker as the girls are now underway. This is the 15-year girls. They'll be running 4 kilometres. So it all happens thick and fast here at the 2025 Secondary Schools Cross Country Championships for the Sydney Catholic Schools. In terms of those 14 girls from last year who are stepping up this year, Layla White took that out in 14:20. Now, for reference, she was nearly 2 minutes in front of Liesl Spinner. So she'll be the one to watch here, Layla. Sienna Swindon then in at third, who I believe is a terrific touch footballer as well. So Layla White, certainly one to watch. As the girls now start to head downfield. And Archie Daly has now crossed that next threshold. So he's close to finishing that first lap here. It's a really good time as well, Tan. 12:57. We were expecting about 14 minutes. He shaved off more than a minute from that expectation. You can expect the second lap to be a little bit slower, but that's still terrific work from Archie Daly. The good news here for Rory Reid, he hasn't let it blow out too much. So it's only increased that margin by about 4 seconds. It's 22 seconds to split at the moment, but it's a long way back from there.
But saying that, James, we're only at the halfway point, so there's another 4K to go yet. Now, soon tiredness will start to kick in, fatigue will start to kick in soon. Well, maybe probably not for these two boys, because they look very fit. But there's still time for Rory Reid to kick in.
Well, these days, Tan, I'd be hopping on that little buggy that's coming up the hill now. Going to be my fastest way to the finish line. Isaac Siebert also checking in. Roughly 50 seconds behind Archie Daly and about 27 seconds behind Rory Reid. So that's the top 3 at the moment. And I'm still seeing some sprint finishes in the equestrian centre finish line area. But there is Archie Daly on screen. So he's coming back around for lap 2 now. So there is 1A, the checkpoint. So he begins on lap 2. Roughly 4 kilometres to go, but he's a picture of focus and working beautifully uphill here. It's quite a challenging course in terms of the topography as well. It's certainly not flat, that's for sure, Ted.
No, it definitely isn't, and that's why I was never a cross-country runner. Flats, I was not too bad, but all these hills and puddles and not for me.
So Rory Reid, of course, in at second. Then Isaac Siebert, we're seeing him on the screen right now. He's approaching his second lap. It's Daly, Reid, followed by Siebert, and Hugo with him also have a sizable advantage ahead of the man in fifth. So he should still be in at fourth. That's him coming through now. So that's Hugo with him on the screen. I'm not seeing this thing on for dear life here on Hugo. It's 50% since the start of the race. I believe he was in front of Alex Corton before. So that's the man who was chasing him. It's a good run as well because for Alex, he didn't actually finish inside the top 20 last year. So a really good start. It's been established from him.
We'll be seeing our 17 girls start their race in a few minutes. It's currently on track. We have the 18 boys and the 15 girls, followed by the 17 girls.
And in terms of the 15 girls, Layla White was that woman who was out in front early on. And there was a nice cluster of runners just in behind her, including Sienna Swindon, who finished third last year. And then Emily Evans and, of course, Liesl Spinner, who finished second. So they were all neck and neck. Then Ella McGuinness about a second in behind them. Of course, this is very early on in the race at that very first checkpoint. Kim Ventura also there. Erica Yago about 2 seconds behind the initial pack. Now, Ruth Ifaduka, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that name, but she is a phenomenal short-distance runner.
Is that right?
One of the best in the state. So if she can come anywhere near this top 10 based on her prowess at short form, then we know she can do it all.
When you say short distance, what are we talking? 200 metres?
100 metres, 200 metres, 400 metres, just a supreme athlete. Incredibly powerful, very fast. and typically always there when it comes to the 100-metre final, 200-metre final.
Right.
So she's in the top 10 at the moment in that first split. Now, we know she likes to get away quickly based on the short form. The big question is, can she continue things on here for the full distance? But Layla White in front at that first checkpoint. And we've got a little bit of a technical fault popping up here on the 18 boys now. We've got only Bodie Glasby at the moment as checking in, but we know Archie Daly is in front. And some of the chasing pack as well. So Daly working in supreme fashion, followed by Rory Reid and then Isaac Seaver.
The record to beat for the 15 girls is 15:02 from last year, which was held by Alexis Hudson, who just won the 16 girls race not long ago. So Layla White will be aiming for that time.
And look, we discussed a little earlier, Sam, Grace McMahon's performance, for example, and then Alexis Hudson now stepping up into the higher age bracket. Grace, of course, finishing third last year, but her time still not quite as quick as Alexis Hudson, but within that record-setting range. Well, Grace was the previous record holder in the 15 girls. Alexis Hudson has now, of course, overtaken that. And it's going to be a tight one to work with. So Grace, of course, set the record back in 2023. Alexis broke it last year with 15:02, as Tan has pointed out. And Layla White will now look to apply a bit of pressure there as well. And Brooke Carson is running, so she actually has the 14 girls record.
Well, we're just waiting for the second checkpoint for the 15 girls here to see if Layla is still in front. At the first checkpoint, she was ran in 52 seconds. She's 8 seconds ahead of Emily Evans, Lisa Skinner, and Sienna Swindon.
So that is Layla White out in front there with the fluoro red shoes. You certainly can't miss her. And she is the pace setter. Now, in the 14 girls, of course, previously Brooke Carson set the record back in 2022, 16:21, but Layla White last year smashed that record, 14:20. So she took off 2 minutes from the previous record. She's out in front here in this 15 girls division now, and there's going to be some intense chases here in the form of Lisa Skinner and Sienna Swindon, but even last year she was about 2 minutes in front of both those runners.
Well, second split time to come in, James. And Emma is still in the lead by 6 seconds in Ventura. And a further 18 seconds after that is Lisa Spinner. So the top three, White, Ventura, followed by Spinner.
That's good form there from Ventura. Expecting Spinner and Swindon to be thereabouts. Now, Swindon has also checked in, but she's already 42 seconds behind. So, fair bit of work to do there for Sienna.
Again, the 15 girls are running 4 kilometres today. And we're expecting them to come in at around the 15, 16 minute mark.
There's Archie Daly on screen once again. He's in front still here for the 18 boys division. We haven't had another split pop up as of yet for Archie. But well and truly leading from the front. Hasn't really slowed up either. He's still keeping a nice pace about things. It was about 12:57 just before he clocked in for that end of the first lap. So let's round it up to roughly 13 minutes. And in general, at times to be around about the 26, 27 minute mark. On pace, still seeing him just powering forward here. So such a supreme athlete, Archie Daly.
It's a very steady pace, isn't it, James? And now split time has just come in for our 18 boys. And again, Archie Daly is in first place at 21:35. Waiting for the other position to populate. But Archie Daly is the one to beat, and I think he's extended his lead
He had about 30 seconds on Rory Reid previously. A little bit less than that. I think maybe 22 might have been the previous split, but as he started to get toward the second lap, he was only powering forward even further. You can see there the margin. Nobody on screen at the moment. Now Rory Reid checks in. So 43 seconds is the gap. He's opened up nearly double the lead he had as they came into lap number 2.
Let's have that last year's 47 now.
Yeah. For the one I have here for myself, you can get 650. Then Tag Nolan 27.39. And in the 17 boys, there's Brendan Felice stepping up. Now, I'm not sure he's here today, though, Brendan Felice. That was the record. And speaking of record breakers, well, here is Layla White. She holds the record in the 14 girls, now stepping up to the 15 girls. And in front by already a massive margin here, Tan. And we'll get a good indication as have a little look in behind her. There is just open space, and only now is the next closest coming into frame. So I'd imagine she's already got a good 20-second lead here, Layla White.
She's put on the afterburners for sure, James. At the last checkpoint, she was in the lead by 6 seconds, but I think she's extended that by probably another 10.
Powering forward, that's for sure. Archie Daly here as well, just in behind the trees.
So Kim Ventura, who is in second place, has to make a move now, I think, to try and stay with Layla White or, put her under a bit of pressure. But the top 3 from the last checkpoint is Layla White, Kim Ventura, and Liesl Spinner. I don't think that's changed, but we're waiting for the third checkpoint to come through.
Yeah, if anything, you'd imagine maybe Spinner and Swindon potentially overtaking Ventura. We don't have too much information about the work of Kim. It's no disrespect to her, but just based on last year's performances. Spinner and then Swindon, who finished second and third respectively. There's Archie Daly still in front. And he had a margin of 43 seconds up against Rory Reid. Some of those times clocking through now as well. Now almost a full minute behind Rory. Isaac Siebert still in at third. And he's got roughly a minute gap on Hugo with Kim. So it's a massive spread with the top 3. And then Luke Horton is also more than 30 seconds behind Hugo with Kim. So, in fact, across the top 5, nobody within Kui or one another. So I wouldn't imagine those positions will change too much here, Tim.
I don't think so, James. Archie is, pardon the pun, running away with this. But he's a machine. And he just had a quick look back there. I don't think he's going to see anyone. He might need
binoculars, Tan. I don't think he's going to see anything. That's the kind of lead he's established. It's worth checking, of course, but the way he's moving, unfortunately for Paul Rory Reid, who's chasing, he's a good, I'd imagine now, nearly a minute behind him. Because he really hasn't slowed off on the pace. I think
so. It just seems like he has one pace, and that's fast.
Well, there is Rory Reid now. So, yeah, that's probably been roughly a minute since we saw Archie come past this point. Take nothing away from Rory. It's an outstanding effort here. Of course, it's a long, long race. 8 kilometres in total. But Archie Daly, I think he is moving as quickly as we saw him from the very get-go. And you've got some updates here as well for us in the girls.
We do. He's just started to come through. Layla White, no surprise, is still in prime position. And at 14 minutes. And again, the time to beat from last year is 14:17. No, that's the 16 girls.
No, the 15 girls. Alexis Hudson, 15:02.
There you go. Thanks for that, James. 15:02. So
she'll be close. She'll be coming in any moment here because that checkpoint is right towards the end of this track. It's essentially the last final bit before we get inside the stadium itself. So it's going to be tight. Waiting for Layla White. Still Kim Ventura, so well done to Kim. Here is Layla White now into the stadium, looking to come in for victory. She'll approach the finish line And this should be pretty close to that work of Alexis Hudson, who set the record last year. She's got across the finish line. We'll wait for that time to officially come through. Kim Ventura, of course, about 30 seconds in behind her. That's a terrific run for Kim.
Fantastic run, Kim. Well done. As James just mentioned, we're waiting for the time to come through, but I think it's going to be close, James.
I think
the
maybe
record to beat
just
is
outside of it.
15:02.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might just be a little outside that mark. We don't know for sure, but as you mentioned, Kim Ventura in at second, then Liesl Spinner. Oh, and Archie Daly is already coming in. Well, that's an incredible time here from Archie Daly, who now crosses the line. Just in behind, can you believe it, third place in the 4-kilometre race. What a phenomenal performance. That should be Sienna Swindon, I think, who's now crossed as well. So no time yet for Layla White, who's still got her previous checkpoint time, which was just before the finish line. But Archie Daly, it looks like he has, in fact, wrapped up his run here with the time coming through at 27:57. So that's a great run. Not quite as quick as Ethan McKenzie, who holds the record in this division at 26:50. But it's still very quick. It's only about a minute behind as we'll see another one underway here, Ted.
We're on the 17 girls. And they're running 4K as well. The 17 girls record from last year is held by Charlotte Kurtz-Marshall at 16:47. So that's the time to, that's the record to beat. Now we're just waiting for final times for the 15 girls. We do know that Layla White came in first, followed by Kim Ventura, and in third place Liesl Spinner. We're just waiting for the actual times to come through.
It's an interesting one because we've seen Archie Daly's final time come through, or at least that's what we believe to be his final time. Rory Reid, of course, we talked about that probably blowing out to a minute. It was roughly that marker there, 51 seconds. So he should be coming in now for the finish, as well as Isaac Siebert, who's just crossed here in third. So there was no change to the order there. Well done to Archie, Rory and Isaac. Based on how that's come through, you'd imagine there's no change here. Hugo Wakim should then be coming through in at fourth. Probably got another 20 or so seconds before that occurs.
Fantastic run by Archie Daly, though. 27:57. He made it look very, very easy indeed. Followed closely behind. Not too close. He was almost a minute ahead of Rory Reid, who came in second. Both boys are from Conference 1.
I think, if anything, Siebert's actually increased the margin here between himself and Wakim, because we're still waiting for Hugo to come through. And some of those runners that you're seeing on the screen now, they're actually probably still toward the top 20 here for the men's. And here is Wakim with a sprint finish. So he left a fair bit in the tank. He'll cross in fourth. That's that run there from Hugo. I'm just waiting for our fifth male runner in the 18 boys division.
Jim, I'm wondering, the 15 girls, if that's Layla White's finish time there, 14 minutes and 30.
The only reason I'm saying it's not is because we got that check-in before she arrived in this stadium area here. So I don't think that is the final time.
We'll double check for you guys, and any change will come back to you. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's James Preston and myself, Tim Fan, here at our Secondary Cross Country. So our 17 girls have just started their race. And again, the time to beat of the record from last year is 16:47. And that was by Charlotte Kurtz-Marshall.
Top five also. Sorry, Tim.
Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Top 5 confirmed here for the 18 boys. Of course, you would have already seen Archie Daly, Rory Reid and Isaac Siebert come across, and then a sprint finish from Hugo Wakim. But Luke Horton held on for 5th. Jonathan Nolan will improve on his position from last year. He finished 7th in the 17 boys. He now finishes in at 6th.
Just waiting for the time to come through for the checkpoint 1 of our 17 girls.
So Harry Coburn from Conference 2 has also crossed now for the 18 boys, about 4 minutes and 47 seconds behind Archie Daly. So that just shows how quickly he was moving. The next closest was still nearly a minute behind him in the form of Rory Reid. And then 2 minutes for Isaac Siebert, 3 for Hugo Wakim. Now a flurry of finishes here in the boys. There are still some, of course, reserve spots up for grabs to head to that next level of competition. I believe it is the top 8 TAM that goes directly through, and then we have first and second reserve essentially.
You're absolutely right, gents. That is absolutely right. So I'm still waiting for the checkpoint time to come through for the girls 17. Here we go. Let me change that to...
Well, that's Ruth Ifajika crossing now. So we talked about how quick she is over the shorter distance. She's still done a really good job here in the 15 girls division.
So the top 3 times for the girls 17s. Checkpoint 1 is Brooke Carson, who is has come in at 54 seconds, followed by Jaya Flankbaum as second behind, and 2 seconds behind that Matilda Richards. So very, very close there. And in 4th is Grace McMahon, another further 2 seconds behind. So very, very early in the race yet. Very, very closely pack. So it could be anybody's race. Have we had the time to come through to the 15 girls yet, James?
Now, outside of that final checkpoint, I haven't really changed. So I'm still going to... I'm not calling it here, Sam, because I saw that time pop up before she even entered this final section of the course. So 14:30, I don't believe it's fast, but I don't believe it's the final time. I think there's an extra 30 seconds on that back. Still within record-breaking range, but I don't think 14:30 is the final time here. We might get that coming through a little later today. But as you mentioned there, Brooke Carson doing really well. Of course, in the 16 girls last year, she finished 2nd. But it was Matilda Richards who took the honours there with a time that was more than half a minute quicker than the next closest. And here is our front runner coming around. Let's see if that is still Brooke Carson. Just trying to get a little look at the number popping up here on the front of the jersey.
So the top 4 at checkpoint 1 for the 17 girls is the top 4 and 16 girls last year.
And Brooke Carson, that is indeed her in front, kicking in with a time of 52 at that most recent checkpoint. So it's great to see from Brooke. Matilda Richards is in this one. She is the record holder, but Carson laying down the gauntlet here early on.
And Richards 17 seconds behind. So Carson is starting to stretch the lead. And I think we'll find Grace McMahon probably in 3rd. We'll wait for that time to come through, confirmation.
Well, Tam, if ever there was a race that I actually believe the gap can be bridged, I think it is this one. Matilda Richards, of course, coming into this one, has the records in the 16 girls, and she beat Brooke by 30 seconds. So this would be a massive swing if it was to be the case. Brooke doing a wonderful job at the moment to lead from the front. It's a pretty sizable advantage too, so I think this could be a really good one all the way to the finish line.
Matilda definitely doesn't want to fall any further behind. She's already 17 seconds behind. This is quite a lead by Brooke. But again, the top four is Brooke Carson, Matilda Richards, Grace McMahon, followed by JF Flunkbaum. Matilda Richards has to make her move pretty soon.
Emily Surdich as well, now coming through in at 5th, and Ava Leroy Sheedy 6th, Maria Maleka in at 7th. And between Brooke and Maria, for example, that margin is 1.5 minutes. So Brooke is setting a beautiful pace here. She looks around through the trees. Lovely shots courtesy of Topper Sports. Beautiful work with the drone there. I believe Matt's on the drone today, and he's doing a wonderful job piloting it. As Brooke will head down the hill here. I must say, I don't think Matilda's actually made any ground on Brooke here. She's continued this excellent pace. And she's certainly the one to catch at the moment, Tam.
And again, the girls' 17s, of course, were 16s last year, where Matilda Richards came in a solid 37 seconds in front of Brooke Carson. But Brooke seems to have turned that around this year. She's leading at the last checkpoint by 17 seconds on Matilda. And Grace McMahon, who came 3rd last year, is currently in 3rd year too. So very familiar names, James. But, first and second have changed.
And we're pretty well established into this one as well now. So if Richards is to make a move, it's got to come soon, and we're seeing great sprint finish as well. Yeah, in the stadium itself are now underway. That's our next category here. I believe that should be the 15 boys.
It's a pretty fast start there. This is more like a sprint. Didn't know they're running 4Ks.
Maybe they've seen the work of Ruth Ifajika, realised she finished in a pretty decent spot given she's a sprinter, and said, you know what, that's the blueprint. Speaking of the blueprint, though, for victory, here's Brooke Carson in front still. I think she has pulled away from Matilda Richards here, Tam.
I can't see Matilda Richards behind. So at the last checkpoint, she was 17 seconds behind Brooke Carson, but I think there's a lot further behind now. Like you said, I think Brooke Carson has started to pull away.
So this is roughly at our 19th marker on the course. And there is Matilda Richards there. That margin has increased. I would imagine that's out to about 20 seconds at least now. But have a little look at the work from Matilda Richards. She had a look and actually increased her pace coming down the hill. So she is responding. It might be a little bit too late in this one, though. We're getting inside the final quarter of this race, and Carson has a sizable lead.
There's Richards in second. She's coming up the hill now, but I think you're absolutely right, James. I think Brooke Carson is just have too big of a lead now, unless something miraculous happens. I think the top three will be Carson, Richards, and potentially McMahon.
When she's coming to the final part of this course, we'll get one more checkpoint registered as she approaches the stadium. There really isn't too much more to go. So this is nearing the stadium itself. She's actually picking up the pace here as well now. Brooke Carson just powering through a number of walkers. I have to call them, I was going to say runners, but they've certainly reverted back to the walking pace. And there is now that final turn. So this is coming toward the stadium. We should get a checkpoint popping up very soon for us. But Brooke Carson working beautifully. Matilda Richards had a lot of work to do, but what a turnaround 12 months can make. And this is something we talked about at the very top of the broadcast. When we start to get towards this sort of 16, 17, 18 years division, naturally when puberty hits, there's some big changes in our composition and the way we perform as an athlete. And we're seeing a huge turnaround here for Brooke, who was 30 seconds behind Matilda Richards, has now had a lead of roughly 30 seconds. So it's a minute that she's switched up here.
Yep. I'm sure it's some of that, but also it could just be that Brooke Carson has been training a lot over the last 12 months. She's clearly a good runner, and she's proven it today. So, kudos to her. as you know, going out there running 4, 5, 10K, whatever it is. Just doing it, rain or shine. So well done to her. So checkpoint 3 times, 6 times to come in now. Carson is 14:06.
And she's in the stadium
she's
now.
In the stadium, the finish line now. Well done.
So well done to Carson. This is a great time. So 14:06 popped up. So this will roughly be around 14:30, the final time. So an outstanding run here from Carson. And they're spot on 10. So she did indeed increase that margin there with Matilda Richards to about 30 seconds. And there's the final time now coming through for Brooke Carson. So we can add roughly to Layla White's time then, around 30, 35 seconds. So Carson finishing 14:39. That is the final time. Here comes Matilda Richards now, about to cross the line, and we'll do exactly that. And that looks to be a new record here as well for Brooke Carson. So 14:39. It's certainly quicker than last year at 16:47. I'll have a quick check of the information I've got as well. And yeah, it's even quicker than Claudia Patiri as well. So Brooke Carson, to our knowledge, congratulations, has set a new record, and not just set it, but has smashed it by about 2 minutes.
Last year's record was 16:47, and Brooke Carson was just coming at 14:39, which is more than 2 minutes faster than last year. Unbelievable.
And not to mention the previous record, I believe it dates back to 2022, Claudia Patiri, 16:19, so still around 2 minutes quicker than that one. What a run from Brooke Carson. We talk about Matilda Richards being a record holder herself the previous year. Well, that just shows you how quick Carson was moving. She's bested her work by nearly half a minute. And Grace McMahon as well has previously set a record. Congratulations to her, finishing with the bronze, but still 47 seconds behind Brooke Carson, who set the standard from the get-go and never let the foot up.
All these times here, James, is faster than last year's record. So that just shows how fast these girls are going. So congratulations to Brooke Carson, Matilda Richards, and Grace McMahon in third. Absolutely stupendous effort.
I think one of the things that has happened as well, Tan, is there's a lot more knowledge with the live streaming, with the stats that we're keeping in the modern age, that a lot of these students will take a look at the previous record, they'll start their training, and they'll be aiming specifically to try and best that time if they come into the tournament itself. It's not simply a case of, well, I want to set a new PB for me. For these real elite athletes at the top, sure, they know what the measurement is. And they'll taper the performance to that.
We just had a checkpoint 1 times in for our 15 boys, and Zach Rogers has come in at 17. No, that can't be right. Huh?
I think this might be Zach Rogers here, who's wrapped around. He's going up the wrong side. But no, what we've got here, they're coming down the hill at the moment. That should be the 15 boys. And it's pretty tight at the top here with the front 3. So if we have a look potentially at the 14 boys, that might give us a bit of an idea. I think that is Lockie Wheeler out in front. I know he's got the blonde hair. He's another very talented touch footballer. So that should, in theory, be Lockie Wheeler.
Yeah, so these signs are incorrect at the moment. So we'll wait for it to populate. Zach Rogers came in 5th place last year in 14 boys at a time of 14:03. Here we go. So is this?
So it's William Dura who's out in front, followed by Zach Rogers.
Yeah. So checkpoint 2 time. William Dura came in at 6:53. Now William Dura came 2nd last year at a time of 13:39. And then Zach came in at 5th. So we're waiting for other positions to come through. But at this moment in time, we've just got a top 2. The record from last year's 15-year-old boys is 13:28 by James Carson.
Of course, that was a new record compared to the work of Kyle Mason, 13:46 from 2023. So every year they are getting quicker. So Dura in front, 6:53. Zach Rogers just in behind him. There was another runner directly neck and neck with Rogers, though. So might have a little bit of an issue here with some of these split trackers because there was definitely a cluster of three at the front.
Yeah, that's right. And a little confusing as to why only two positions have come through, but I'm sure the technical guys will be looking at this, and it'll be fixed in no time, and we'll let you know where everyone stands.
So we still haven't had a final time come through as of yet for Layla White because we are trying to confirm whether she's broken a record. Carson's final time, we did a 14:39 ahead of Matilda Richards. And then Grace McMahon, of course, in 47 seconds after Carson, running up the top three, followed by Gaia Flankbaum in at fourth, Ava Leroy Sheedy in at fifth, Emily Sridich in at sixth, Charlize Peterson at seventh, and Sienna Roberts running out the top eight, followed by Maria Maleka and Shawnee Driscoll in the top 10. And it was very quick across the board there, Tam, because we talked about the record being roughly 2 minutes behind what Carson did. Well, the entire top eight, just 2:25 behind. So that's nearly record pace when you're finishing eighth, and then just outside of that, Maria and Shawnee. So an incredible
flying.
top 10.
Absolutely flying. Now, our 14 girls will be starting soon. At this moment in time, our 15 boys are racing, so we're trying to keep an eye on their times. But our 14 girls will be starting pretty soon.
Well, there are the two front runners at the moment. So 810, that is indeed Jura.
Yep.
And then just in behind him looks to be Zach Rogers in 876. Now we've got our third man coming through in just a moment. We might get a little look at his bid potentially. So Zach Rogers has now been confirmed. So he was the chasing man, and he's coming up the hill now.
And indeed, it's Zach Rogers. So for the top 10 that's come through after checkpoint 2, Jura, Brown, Rogers, Lafleur, Golds, Harkness in 6th, Ad in 7th, Francis, Elmer, Simmons, and in 10th spot Simmons. So William Jura is still leading the race, leading the pack.
This is going to be tight towards the end as well here, Sam. This is approaching the final quarter of this race. I think Rogers is a little too far behind to become a factor with that top two, but certainly Jura is the leading man. Brown has not let up at any moment, though. He's applying all sorts of pressure here on Jura. So we'll see a few more runners here, likely still in the top 10, making their way up the hill. But this battle between Jura and Brown is exceptional. And as we come towards this final checkpoint, by the time we see that result flash through, they should be approaching the stadium itself.
Again, the record from last year is 13:28, held by Hamish Carson from St. Patrick's College, Sutherland. So that's the time that I'm sure William Jura and Oliver Brown will be aiming for.
And just outside of that top three of Jura, Brown, Rogers, it is then, of course, the Fleur, Golds, Harkness. In fact, Jura has now crossed into that, so we'll come back to that in a moment. But here he is, in fact, powering all the way through to the line. Jura will cross now. He really picked up speed after that final checkpoint, so he will take out the gold medal here, William Jura. And I dare say this is going to be a new record too, because now Oliver Brown comes in. He was 11 seconds behind at the previous checkpoint, and Jura was flying as we got inside the stadium itself. So I think we're probably in the end of the lead, maybe 20 seconds on second.
I think he could smash last year's record.
Yeah, look, maybe more than a minute.
I think that last year's record is gone.
Oliver Brown will, of course, get in at second now. Zach Rogers is into the stadium, crossing that line, and he'll claim a bronze medal. So well done to Zach Rogers. And the final time now popping up here for Oliver Brown. Yes, he well and truly has obliterated that record. The final time for him, 12:46.
It's almost 45 seconds faster than the record last year. Huge congrats to Oliver Brown. Fantastic race. We'll wait for confirmation of the top three, and we'll give you those times, names as well. But our 14 girls should be starting any second.
So I don't believe we had Lockie Wheeler in this one this year. For reference, Lockie was around about 30 seconds quicker than Jura last year. He ran in the 14 boys with a time of 13:12.5 compared to William Jura's 13:39. Oliver Brown, and so of course his final time popping up. We've got a few issues here in terms of those final split times, so we might come back to that. That's not quite correct.
So we've had confirmation of the top four for our 15 boys here, James. Just come through. Oliver Brown. No?
No, it's Jura who crossed first.
Yeah, of course.
So I think we're having a little bit of an issue. So this is Brown certainly was there. And Zach Rogers was in at third. So there is a bit of an issue there. But Jura, of course, he certainly did claim first, followed by Brown. And then Zach Rogers. So we'll check back in with that for a little bit of time. In the meantime, though, this is the 14 girls on the way. And this should be our last race here before the 14 boys get underway. And then we move to our multi-class division.
There's our 14 girls looking very happy to be running in the rain.
That's what it's all about.
Full night book.
Yeah. Shoot off.
That's right,
just do it. And already, two front runners well and truly pulling away for the rest of the field. It's a quick start here from them. So I think that may have been 60 as well. That's popping through. So that is at least the correct finishing order in terms of the top three. I'm not sure thereafter, though, with Brannigan. For mine, that's still the most recent checkpoint as opposed to the finish time. So we did have Jura clicking in at 12:29. I think his final time might have been 12:46, though.
Perhaps at 12:29 is the last checkpoint, and then obviously crossed the line at 12:46. However, I think the top three is correct. Jura, Brown, followed by in third place Rogers.
Thereafter, you'd imagine not a great deal of change for Brannigan, but it was very tight between Harkness and Lafleur. So we'll have to wait a little bit of time to see exactly who's come in what position. That's the final checkpoint before the finish line itself. But of course, on course at the moment, it's the 14 girls. We'll be picking up very shortly.
Girls trying to come in. One, Lily Modestino. 17:04. No, that's not right either. That can't be right because that'll be a finish time. So there seems to be a problem here. It seems to have a technical issue. We'll confirm this once it's fixed. But the time to beat from last year's 14 girls is 14:20 by Layla White. Again, we're just waiting to bring new checkpoint times for the girls at 14 years. That seems to be an issue at the moment. But
it is possible, though, that Lily could be in the leader because she is registered in the 14 girls. That might just be the actual time that's incorrect. So if that is the case, it would be Lily Molicino, followed by Sienna Moore, then Felicity Barnes, Charlotte Bates, and Amira Arnout as the top five. So there's every chance that Lily could be one of those runners who's working nicely at the moment. But the time extra at 17 minutes, that's certainly not correct.
No, but we'll wait for confirmation and we'll let you know. And then our 14 boys will be starting in a few minutes. And after that, as James mentioned, our multi-class runners will be running 3K.
I think we can say that's pretty accurate, though, in terms of Mollicino and Sienna Moore there, because that was the top two for the 13 girls last year. So Lily Mollicino running a terrific time, a sub-10-minute time of 9:49.2. Sienna Moore in at 10:13.2, and then Gabrielle Buckman wasn't too far behind the pair of them either. She's currently in at 6th as of that first checkpoint. So I think the order is correct, just not that first time.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, here we are checking in with front runners of the 14 girls division. Now, we're thinking that is Lily Mollicino, who's in front at the moment, and the gap has already opened up a fair bit here. Beautiful shots courtesy of Topper Sports, heading up the hill by the fence. And you can see there just the diverse terrain they have to run on. In fact, Mollicino will try and avoid that like the plague. Doesn't want to go anywhere near that mud. In fairness, I don't blame her. Even if there is a cone, run around it.
Not seeing anyone near her, James. The checkpoint one, Sienna Moore was in second, but and Felicity Barnes in third. But we don't see either girl within camera shot.
Well, we saw two of them start very quickly and immediately pull away from the rest of the chasing pack. So that would have been Mollicino and Sienna Moore. Barnes is already 2 seconds behind at that first checkpoint. Worth pointing out as well, that's only about 100 metres into the course. So if you're already 2 seconds behind at that point, and then we start heading downhill, sure, this can certainly fan out very quickly. Looks like that's what Mollicino's done. So, of course, her previous time last year from Bethany College, Hurstville, 9:49.2. And in terms of the 14 girls record, that sits at 16:21. And that was set by Brooke Carson in 2022, but then, of course, bested by Layla White last year at 14:20. Now, White has followed that up with victory in the 15 girls. We're thinking she set another record there.
Yeah.
But Mollicino's on track here for a pretty good time, but we've still got a lot of these runners who previously set records a few years ago have stepped up into those higher courses, and Carson, of course, has now absolutely smashed her race there in the 17 girls not too long ago.
That's right. So we'll confirm these times with you when it comes through. We'll split up our times from checkpoint 2 to come through for our girls 14s. But we're thinking Lily Mollicino is currently leading by quite a distance from Sienna Moore and Felicity Barnes. With the sprint finish here with the boys 15s. In the picture now, I think that is Lily Mollicino.
Well, Lily is the record holder for the 13 girls, 9:49.2. Now, she's stepping up with a longer distance here. Of course, the 13 girls, they run the 3 kilometres. This is now up to the 4 kilometre distance. And 16:21 previously Brooke Carson, but then that was obliterated by the work of Layla White, 14:20. So that's the record that Lily Mollicino will try and beat here. 14 minutes, 20 seconds by Layla White last year. It's very close to the checkpoint, so we should get a result coming through shortly in this 14 girls division. And we do now have Lily Mollicino. So that time is still incorrect. So it started at about 17. So I'm going to say she's roughly at 7 minutes here. It's 24 popping up on the split. So Lily Mollicino roughly 7 minutes into this one. Out in front, Sienna Moore is then in at second. Now, we haven't seen Sienna on the camera as of yet. She's 17 seconds behind the work here of Lily Mollicino. And then Felicity Barnes is 13 seconds behind her. Billy DeVore has now hopped up into fourth. Gabriella Buckman rounds out the top 5, 45 seconds behind Lily Mollicino. You can see them there. So Mollicino's already made that turn, and the chasing pack is now approaching that bend. John just zooming out here. Now you can see Sienna Moore just out of shot previously, but there she is chasing. She is the closest at 17 seconds behind the work of Lily Mollicino, both out of Conference 3, so it's a very competitive conference. Felicity Barnes in at third, also from Conference 3. And the way that Mollicino is moving, we might well need to not just have the drone, potentially the national satellite getting involved here. That gap continues to rise.
That is the final call for event 8. All multi-class athletes should now be beginning the march.
Heading downhill here, Lily Mollicino, of course, the record holder from the 13 girls division. The only sub 10-minute time I think we've ever seen since the inception of Sydney Catholic Schools, with the Secondary Cross Country Championships held here at the International Equestrian Centre. And the marker to beat set last year in this division, 14 girls by Layla White, with a time of 14 minutes, 20 seconds. Now, at roughly the halfway point, she was on pace for that day.
She was. It's the correct time. And of course, she's moving at a really good pace, and she's extending the lead from Sienna Moore. We just need to get the accurate timing, but I think she'll be there or thereabouts.
And that might be an issue as we get to the finish line, but based on the starting time, which is around 17 minutes, we can do a little bit of quick mathematics. Say that she was roughly at that 7-minute marker for the first checkpoint. You can see here, the drone has been very steady, but Moore has now fallen out of shot. And that shows us that Mollicino is just extending the lead here. So really moving swiftly. It's a beautiful course here, the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Some spots it actually looks like a golf course.
It's stunning, isn't it? There's ponds, there's really lakes, plenty of bush. Really, really pretty.
Mollicino not letting up here. And only now can we see Sienna Moore come on the screen as Mollicino takes the next turn and
up the hill
through some difficult terrain here. Slippery underfoot. That is quite incredible. We haven't seen a single athlete slip so far.
No, that's right, yeah.
So this is approaching marker number 19 on the course. Now, for reference, there's 23 in total. So she's into the final stages of this one here.
And she looks very focused, doesn't she? Even though she's got a substantial lead, she looks very, very focused. She drives up that hill.
That must be the checkpoint for every runner so far. Every time they've come up the top of this hill, we've seen a little look back.
Have a quick look.
But a nice vantage point. There's Mollicino up the hill and in pursuit. And seeing the work there.
I think
chases. Sienna Moore is the main one chasing her. There she is now having a look herself. Also out of Conference 3. And then it's Felicity Barnes and Lily Daverin, who are into a good little battle just in behind the pair of them. So you can actually see how tight it is between Daverin and Barnes. And then Buckman has also now applied some pressure. They're all in a battle for the bronze medal at the moment. As Mollicino looks back over the shoulder. She's got a sizable gap, though, on Sienna Moore. It's more than 20 seconds. And she'll approach the final checkpoint now and get closer and closer towards the home straight and into the stadium. And here is Sienna Moore in its second, rounding that turn. We just saw Mollicino onto that little track. The battle for third is going to be an excellent one, Tan, here between the likes of Barnes, Daverin and Buckman. It looks like Buckman may have just fallen off a touch. Still very tight between Barnes and Daverin. Sienna Moore is staying up second. He's rounding the turn here toward the final checkpoint. Now Mollicino should have arrived at that spot. And she gets very close towards the stadium itself. She'll get a final check of her time flashing through shortly. But there is Sienna Moore and Mollicino out in front, approaching the final little turn here. The run it has been from Machino. She'll get across this little sand pit here. I say little, it's quite big. It's challenging, and that's the beauty of this particular course. You get all sorts of terrain. Even with the rain, it's held up quite nicely. Final stages here, and this just shows the power, precision, the technique of Mollicino, who has been bustling this entire duration. Here she is into the stadium itself. So you're seeing Sienna Moore on the screen, but Mollicino will now cross the line. What a wonderful effort from Lily Mollicino, sprinting all the way to the finish line. An outstanding run. The time pops up 14:16, and she has done it, it looks like.
Yep, she's beaten Layla's record by 4 seconds. Layla White at 14:20 last year, but Lily Mollicino.
In fact, no, I think that's checkpoint 3 that's popped up. So she's going to just fall shy of the marker. So 14:16 at checkpoint 3 for Mollicino. It was a very swift run, but I think she'll just get maybe an extra 20 seconds from that marker. So maybe 14:36 we're thinking.
So Layla's record could still be intact.
We've seen them dropping like flies today. So that's actually quite a rare feat. As now Sienna Moore also crosses. And then it's going to be very tight with the next 2 chasers coming through. There hasn't really been much of a change between the pair of them, so I'd imagine whatever the last checkpoint 3 result was, that should still be accurate, but we haven't got those coming through as of yet. There's a bit of a delay on them. But congratulations to Lily Mollicino with an outstanding run in front from the outset. Never fell back into second, and only just missing out on setting a new record.
We're just waiting for confirmation for the top 3 of our 14 girls here. We do know that Lily Mollicino came in 1st place, but there's no other results that's come through yet, so we'll confirm that when it does. But our 14 boys should be running now, so we'll keep an eye on that and let you know how that goes. And after the boys, the 14 boys, we've got our multi-class girls and boys who will all run at the same time, and they'll run a 3K lap.
Trying to use some of our other sources here to get our final time. So we're still only seeing, I don't think that is the final finishing time for Layla White there, 14:30.
We seem to be having a few technical issues here, but which I'm sure the guys will fix. So we'll confirm all this with you when it's done. Again, we're just waiting for confirmation of the finishing places for our 14 girls race. The only result we have on screen is that Lily Mollicino came in 1st place. She led the whole way from start to finish. So huge congrats to Lily. Well done, a fantastic run. But we'll wait for the results to come through, and we'll confirm who the top 8 athletes in that race. In fact, it's just come through now. So Lily Mollicino came in 1st place at 14:44, so she's just outside last year's record of 14:20 by Layla White. Following 2nd place by Sienna Moore, Lily Daveron. Buckman came in 4th, Felicity Barnes in 5th, Charlotte Bates, Alexandra Taxis in 7th, and Zoe Moyes came in 8th.
And a great effort too from Lily Daveron, who was stuck in a 3-way battle there with Buckman and Barnes, and just managed to sneak in front to get that bronze medal. Poor Barnes, of course, I think she was in 3rd for the bulk of that one, ends up falling down into 5th, and a good finish too from Buckman, but Daveron just started to pull away from them toward the end. The Mollicino, a great time there, 14:44, 22 seconds in front of Sienna Moore. And as you mentioned, Tan, just outside of Layla White's record time that was set just last year, 14:20. We are still, of course, waiting for confirmation in the 15 girls as to whether Layla White has indeed broken that record. Now, I believe that might have been set by Alexis Hudson at 15:02 last year. Had a little look on the final results, Paul. We still only have the previous checkpoint result there for Layla White. So I believe 14:30 was her checkpoint 3 time. We're still waiting for one final confirmation coming through for Layla White and potentially breaking a record. So we've just had a quick little check here, and we can now confirm the final finishing time for Layla White is an exceptional one. 14:30.8 has been wrapped up. The checkpoint 3 time was at 14 minutes flat. And the final time for Layla White in the 15 girls is a new record, 14 minutes 30.8 seconds. And ultimately, best in the world was Alexis Hudson by around 30 seconds. So congratulations to Layla White.
Absolutely amazing race there from Layla White, beating last year's record by 32 seconds. Unbelievable. But in our 14 boys race, checkpoint 2 times, Jaden Kane is currently leading in 7 minutes and 32, 17 seconds ahead of Nate Heffernan, and 28 seconds ahead of Joshua Bartle. So that's our checkpoint 2 times. So we'll wait for checkpoint 3, and we'll let you know if any of those positions change.
Worth pointing out, if you are just joining the stream, that's quite deep into the contest as well. And in fact, Jaden Kane has now crossed over onto that final checkpoint, it looks like. 12:57 popping up. And this should be him powering all the way to the line now, crossing in first place. There he goes. So well done to Jaden Kane. We'll get across the line first here. So 12:57 is that final checkpoint.
It's going to be pretty close to last year's record, which is held by Lachlan Wheeler. That's 13:12.
Oh, it's just popped up now, 13:24, and he's just outside of it, unfortunately, for Jaden Kane. Now here comes our second finisher popping through now. We'll get his time popping up very shortly. Great run there from Jaden Kane. And Nate Heffernan will cross 27 seconds behind him, so 13:51 the final time. Our third place getter now arrives in the stadium. He'll cross the finish line, so it's Kane, Heffernan. We'll have to find out who's crossed in third. Fourth place also now crossing that finish line inside the stadium. It's the only part of the track which is undercover. I still think the rain might have actually held off. I think we had a very, very light shower for a brief moment. But overall, it stayed rather dry.
You're right, I can't see anything on our screen here. We're in a little booth here, so it's quite hard to see, but judging by the cameras, it looks like the rain is holding off. So here the top 5 has come in for our boys 14 year age group. Kane, Heffernan, Trigwell came in third for the bronze. Abbott Bank, Brunero in fifth, and Tom Ashley in sixth. Jacob Souza, seventh place, followed by Alexander Rogerson in eighth.
And probably one of our tightest top eights, in fact. So between first and eighth, it's a minute 40. We have seen a few of them where it's been out for about 3.5 minutes. So it's a nice, close contest overall. Between Kane and second place Heffernan, 27 seconds there, about the same margin between Heffernan and Tidwell, and then very tight between Vic Bang, 1 minute 12 behind Jaden Kane, just 3 seconds behind him, Brunero, 7 seconds behind Brunero is Ashley, 10 behind Ashley, Jacob Souza, and then just 7 behind him, Alexander Rogerson. So quite tight indeed for the top 8, and then rounding out the top 10, Harrison Kimber in at 9th. Just a second in front of Prabhav Kokar. So well done to all the boys coming through. And that wraps up our opening morning session here. So just shy of that 11:30 mark. Up next it will be the multi-class division. Now I believe, Tan, they're all running as one. So it's multi-class years 12 to 14 boys and girls, and then also the 15 to 16 boys and girls and 17 to 19 boys and girls. So it'll be a nice collection here.
Be beautiful, and they're all running 3K as well, James. So that'll be great. We'll keep an eye out on that. It's going to be a race, and keep you updated.
Worth pointing out as well with the multi-class division, it's not necessarily first past the post. It is all about doing your best, having a percentage applied at the end, and then based on the range of abilities and your previous times, that's when we come together. It's a bit of a complex formula, but as I mentioned, it's not necessarily first past the post.
Yeah, correct. And we do have some times that's just come in. Checkpoint 1, Callum White, 58 seconds, followed by Athens Paridis, Jacob Ivey, and Jacob Butler in 4th. Callum White, he ran the course in 15:59 last year, so I'm not sure he'll be hoping to better that this year, but I'm sure they're all having a great time out there.
Yeah, you mentioned Callum White there in 15:59. As I talk about percentages, for example, Callum got 23.5. Now, I'm not going to try and explain exactly how that percentage works. That's what our judges are for. That's what the officials here at Sydney Catholic Schools are doing with these particular athletes. But, great percentage there for him. And Jacob Ide also ran last year, so did Noah Burgess and Websale, who's in on this one again. Anthony Toyafoa and Aaliyah Corbo. So these were some of our runners last year. Just checking in, of course, from checkpoint 1, we had White, Websdale, Paridis, Ide and Butler were all thereabouts. At checkpoint 2, Paridis has pulled away from the rest of them. We got to that marker first with a time of 9:40, and now Callum White gets there about 45 seconds after him. Yeah, quite a big change there. Paridis was about 2 seconds behind the work of Emma Websdale, and of course Callum White. Worth mentioning, this was just off the starting line, about 100 metres after, but yeah, White got away to a bit of a flying start. Paridis has now, of course, pulled in front significantly there on checkpoint 2. And we've only got, I believe, the 2 checkpoints here for this 3-kilometre course. Now, speaking of which, that should be Paridis on screen. They're wearing singlet 366, so he's in front here in the multi-class division, and we've seen that spot many a time. This is roughly at the, I'd say, 2/3 of the way through the track. Certainly in the 4-kilometre division. Should be thereabouts as well, though, for the 3Ks. There's no hairpin turn in the 3-kilometre. Well done to Athens Paridis moving forward. It's a terrific name as well, Athens. Coming back to ancient Greece.
Yeah, fantastic. That's right. He's driving up that hill. Amazing effort by Athens. Some times coming through. So Athens in the 12 to 14 age group. Cannon and Jacob Butler in third.
We're still seeing some fast finishes here from our previous races. There's another one of our athletes on screen. Just navigating some of the slushier terrain here. But we'll need to use the support of that little row of, what would you call that? It's not quite string, it's not rope, it's, what is that? Plastic?
Tape.
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 Yeah. How does the word tape elude me? We're just seeing one of the assistants as well working here with our multi-class athletes. A great job they do as well, just to get involved and ensure that these athletes are getting the support they need as they work through the course. Athens Paredes has been in front of this multi-class division. Of course, once again, it's not necessarily first past the post. We do have a percentage that will be applied. Callum White was racing last year, and the Websdale as well. I don't believe we had Butler in there, but we did have Jacob Ide. Now, he finished second overall in terms of time, and the percentage applied was the second highest. I'm not going to try and explain how it works to you, but it's keeping you up to date with that. And some great support as well for one of our runners here in the multi-class division.
I think we've got a few volunteer runners out there as well, James, just to run with our young athletes. So, well done to them.
We've got quite a few volunteer runners here assisting the multi-class athletes for this Secondary Schools Cross Country Championship. Worth pointing out as well, it's actually National Volunteer Week, and today is Wear Orange Wednesday, supporting the SES and all the volunteers that work there. So great to see some of our volunteers helping out the multi-class athletes for this particular race.
There's a great picture there of one of our athletes and one of our volunteer runners. Well done to you both. Big smiles on faces there. Fantastic to see. That hill is beginning to look steeper and steeper to me.
We're not sure if you've ever run the City to Surf, but Heartbreak Hill, that's giving me flashbacks of that as we see Athens Paredes get across the line first here in the multi-class division. Tremendous work from the young man. He will get to the finish line in the time of 14:42. So that's strong across the board. Forget multi-class, that's excellent.
Absolutely right. Yeah, he's definitely faster than me. Well done, Athens. Fantastic run.
Well, for a bit of reference here, now Lachlan Wheeler had previously set the record in the 14 boys, 13-12. Now, I'm not sure how on Athens is, whether because he's coming under the 12 to 14 bracket, but that's a very competitive time.
But also, don't forget, this is 3K versus 4K.
It's worth noticing, of course. It's wonderful run up.
Absolutely.
So Paredes doing a great job here to get across the line. I'm just waiting for some of those extra times to pop up. Of course, we don't have an extra checkpoint in between here for this 3 kilometres. So it was White, followed by Butler, then Ide. Websdale, I haven't seen her check in as of yet for checkpoint 2. So we're seeing some of our finishers as well from the 14 boys. Now they were running the 4 kilometre discipline. I believe after this particular race we will have a little bit of a break before we get back into the action, probably in about 15 to 20 minutes of time. That should be the 17 boys who will then take to the starting area, followed by the 18 girls and then the 16 boys. And then in theory, another break thereafter before we wrap things up with the 13 boys and girls and the 12 boys and girls. So should all be done and dusted by around about 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. As we see one of our multi-class athletes now enter the stadium. Should be our second finisher overall. Great support there from one of our volunteers on National Volunteer Week. They do such a wonderful job across the board. And it is Callum White who crosses from Conference 2. 2.5 minutes after the work of Athens Paredes. Callum last year was the quickest runner. In a time of 15:59. I think he's just outside of that work from last year. You can see on the screen the multi-class athlete here. I think that should be Emma Websdale. Jacob Butler has now also crossed the finish line here in the multi-class category. His time 2 minutes and 59 seconds behind Athens Paredes. We don't have a result available for Jacob last year, so potentially this is his first time doing the course. And I see another multi-class athlete with a sprint finish here inside the stadium. He's also had great support from an assistant runner with one of our volunteers. And it will cross the line now. We've had Paredes finish, White finish, Butler finish, and now we'll have Jacob Hyde getting across the line as well in a time of roughly 18.5 minutes. So 3:50 behind the work of Athens Paredes. And for Jacob Hyde in 16:14, so a little bit outside of his previous work there. So this is Emma Websdale, it looks like, working through the course. And she is our final runner in this multi-class division. So what we might do is we'll leave you with some shots here of Emma working through the course. She's still got about half the way to go. And we'll leave you also with the sounds of some beautiful music. And you can enjoy all the action and the scenery here from Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Welcome back here to the Sydney International Equestrian Centre for the 2025 Sydney Catholic Schools Cross Country Secondary Championships. We're about to get underway here with the 17 boys at a 6 kilometre distance. James Preston and Tan Fan to bring you all the action. What's been an awesome morning session so far. Our first race of essentially what you would call session 2 here, Tan.
That's right, James. Thank you very much for the intro and welcome everyone for joining us. We've had a great morning. We had 16 girls, 18 boys, 15 and 17 girls, 15 boys, 14 girls and boys race so far, along with multi-class students. And now we're starting off our first race for the afternoon session with our 17 boys, followed by the 18 girls, and so on. So this should be a fantastic race coming up here, James. 17 boys. The time to beat from last year is 18:47, which is held by Archie Daly.
Of course, we saw him run a little earlier this morning, and he was phenomenal in his performance. Let's take a quick look at the course that they'll be running. So they are doing the 6 kilometre course. It'll be 2 laps in total. And we do have cameras set up roughly around the checkpoint number 1 mark. We'll also get a time reading at that position as well. They'll then head down the hill, eventually loop around as they come through 8 and 9. As they head back towards 15, that's where we'll get another look at them with the cameras. Also, there should be a checkpoint thereabouts, potentially if we're operating with the 3 on the 6 kilometre, but I think we might still only have the 2 there. So that would mean our second checkpoint won't occur until right toward the end of the race as they hit roughly area 23. And then they'll finish indoors here at the Sydney International Equestrian Centre, where there's quite a healthy contingency of support here too. We've seen some wonderful sprint finishes toward the end, a whole lot of noise being made by the students and some of the other mums and dads who've come along to watch today. And certainly one other thing we've seen in abundance has been records breaking.
Correct. The records falling left, right and centre here, which is what we've come to expect now. Right, James? Every one of our events, the records just goes. New records being set, and I'm sure it'll be the same, in the next year. But for the most, the weather has behaved itself. We had a little sprinkling earlier, but it seems to have stopped, and hopefully it will hold off for the next kind of 3 hours or so that we have left, or 2 hours. But we're looking forward to this second half here, James. Should be a fantastic competition.
It should be a great one, of course. Archie Daly having set the record at this particular division just last year at 18:47. He was outstanding in his performance a little earlier today in the 18 boys, but we are underway here with the 17 boys, and they've made a rapid start as well as they head down this hill. So they'll be jostling for positions, looking to take the early ascendancy, but there's a long way from hometown.
6K to be precise, which is what these boys will be running, and the girls 18s as well. So plenty of time yet, but a great turnout. This is a big group, so I'm sure they'll be gunning for Archie Daly's record. And speaking of Archie Daly, who obviously holds the record from last year for the 17 boys, he also won the 18 boys this morning at a time of 27:57, and that was over 8 kilometres.
It's just outside of the all-time record. One of the few ones, in fact, that hasn't fallen. Ethan McKenzie holds that still. 26:50 was the time to beat there for Archie Daly. So it's falling a little bit shy of that marker as we are well and truly established in this one now. So a couple of early front runners. We'll get their times popping up very shortly as well as they head towards that first checkpoint. So that should be coming through in any moment. Running at a 6 kilometre distance, and some of the ones to watch out for based on the performances of last year. Raj Naidu, who took things out in a time of 18:42, ahead of Julian Smith, 18:55, and Cooper Penman, another terrific touch footballer, 19:23. And we are seeing a very much a crossover here between touch players who do have a great level of fitness and strong cross-country performance there.
They just seem to be fantastic athletes, James, and we're very, very blessed at Cindy Catholic Schools to have the sports program that we do have, and we're producing some just amazing athletes across the range of sports.
So I think we might have a few issues here, in fact, with our split tracker, because there should have been a reading pretty early on in this race, but we don't have one as of yet. For mine, I think that might be Julian Smith, who's out in front. So out of Marist College Eastwood. The uniform looks about right, and based on previous efforts, wouldn't be surprised if that is Smith, of course, having finished second last year. Cooper Penman should be in a light blue top, so I don't think that's him. But one thing we are also seeing here is the beautiful terrain of Sydney International Equestrian Centre, and some great shots brought to you by Topper Sports.
We will keep you updated once the
This is the first call for event 11, the 16 years boys, 6 kilometres. Make your way to the mastering area immediately. Ladies, event 11, the 16 years boys, 6 kilometres. Please make your way to the mastering area now.
Yeah, thank you very much for your patience with that. We've got our feed returned here in the commentary booth, and Carl Mason is in front at checkpoint 3 with a time of 10 minutes flat ahead of Julian Smith, about 30 seconds in behind him. And now coming through to checkpoint 4, Mason continues to power forward. He is still in the lead here with a time of 11:41, but just checking back in with the work there from checkpoint 3. It was Mason followed by Julian Smith, then Miles Pinozzo. Was about 53 seconds behind Mason. Zachariah Abood in at 4th, Raj Naidu, who took out the event last year, about a minute behind the lead of Carl Mason, followed by Cooper Skapetis.
Yep, and our girls' 18s have just started, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But thank you again for your patience there. We had a few technical issues, which the team has now fixed. Thank you so much, team. And at checkpoint 4 for our boys 17s, Carl Mason is coming at 11:41, followed by Julian Smith. And they're running 6K, their 6K race, so they're pretty much halfway through.
Yeah, what we're seeing on the screen here, that's the runners coming around for their second lap, just the start of that one. So Naidu has actually jumped up into 3rd now. He was in 5th, so now up into 3rd, but still more than a minute behind Carl Mason, who has the lead, followed by Miles Pinozzo dropping back to 4th. Zachariah Abood now in 5th. Charles Woods in 6th. Cooper Skapetis in 7th. And Thomas Lawler running out the top 8. So that's the current update for the 17-year boys. And as Tan has mentioned, we're underway now as well with the 18-plus girls division.
Yep, and split time has come in for checkpoint 1. Eve Cavalos has come in at 59 seconds. She's leading just a second in front of Emily Raimondi, and in 3rd place, Alessia Rizzuto. So very close race. There's only 3 seconds between the top 3. So very early days yet, but the girls are running 6K. So again, a long way to go.
And one of the ones to watch will be Charlotte Kurtz-Marshall. Now, she took out the 17 girls event last year with a time of 16:47. And also Kaylin Ellis, just in behind her, about 9 seconds behind, and Ivy Gertzner. Now, we know how good she is in the pool, Tam. We called her a little earlier this year, and she was incredible in that department, but also an excellent long-distance runner.
Again, just an amazing athlete across the board of all sports. So we look forward to seeing her at some point during this race. But again, checkpoint 1, Eve Cavalos, Emily Raimondi, and Alessia Rizzuto, the top 3. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll just go back to our boys 17s and see how they're getting on.
For this girls' division, of course, they are running at 6 kilometres, and Claudia Patiri last year, in terms of a strong time that we're looking at here, just under 22 minutes to take out first place in that one. So it's a fair bit of extra distance here for the girls to work with. And Charlotte Kurtz-Marshall, of course, the overall winner from this category of girls from last year. But as Tan has mentioned, Eve Cavalos in front at the moment. Just having a look here, and Cavalos actually finished 4th last year. So she certainly will be thereabouts come the final stages of this one.
Yes, correct. We'll keep an eye out on the split times for checkpoint 2 as and when they come up. But thank you so much for joining us. We've got a few races left yet. Currently racing 17 boys and 18 girls. And after this, we have the 16 boys, followed by 13 boys, 13 girls, and 12 boys and girls to finish off the day. And the rain is holding off. Lots of grey sky, but rain is holding off, and I'm sure the students are appreciative of that, as well as our SCS sports staff, who have done an amazing job setting up for today.
Well, all 1,400 of the students who are participating here today at the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Now, last check-in here with the 17 boys, the last accurate one, if you will. Carl Mason in front with a time of 11:41 at checkpoint 4, ahead of Julian Smith, followed by Raj Naidu rounding out the top 3. Now you're seeing them come around here for the end of lap 1 for some of these runners into lap 2. Now this is back towards probably the back middle of this pack here. And we still don't have an accurate reading of checkpoint 5. So some of the ones that have come past that particular spot, they actually aren't in the picture in terms of the top 10. So there's a little bit of an issue there with the technical side of the splits. And speaking of splits, well, better than that, there's a cartwheel as they come past the camera. That's the kind of stuff we want, lads.
That's it. We want that to, for the whole 6K.
Well, look, if you're not going to win the race, you might as well win the fan favourite award.
Well, hey.
And right now, he's got my vote.
Those boys came around the corner with huge smiles on their faces. Obviously saw the camera and thought, you know what, I'll just do a quick cartwheel. How good was that?
And in the wet. I mean, that's the most impressive part. It is slippery out here in Western Sydney. But you wouldn't know it. Pure confidence.
They're enjoying themselves, which is the main thing.
I'm enjoying it now, too. If I wasn't before, I can tell you now. That has energised me. Now, speaking of energy, here is Kyle Mason just powering forward. What a terrific performance this is. And singlet 1:2.97. Now, he has opened up a particularly strong lead. Last time we checked in with himself and Julian Smith, he had a 33-second margin on Smith. And the way he's moving, he hasn't slowed up a touch. So Mason here, you'd imagine, will extend that margin even further now. And he's at least halfway through this second lap. Around about that mark of 15 point on the map. And for reference, if you're just joining us, there's about 23 in total. So he really is approaching that halfway point, if not over that. So Mason with a strong lead. And in fact, he'll check in there. Now at checkpoint 5. But of course, those previous results, they're not accurate. This looks to be Smith who's in pursuit. And he was 33 seconds behind previously. I think from where we saw Mason pick up at that spot, that's probably now out to about 45 seconds down.
He's powering on, isn't he? He looks a very, very powerful runner. It's just, the pace is amazing. Now, we're just going back to checking on the 18 girls. We are still waiting for the checkpoint 2 times to come through. But at checkpoint 1, we have Eve Cavalas leading, followed closely behind by Emily Rimondi and Alessia Rizzuto and Isabel Chand in 4th. But very, very close, only 4 seconds between the top 4. So as soon as the next split time comes through, we'll let you know where the standings are.
So Mason with a quick little check over his shoulder, looking for that man on screen now. That's Julian Smith. But he needn't worry too much. That gap is probably out to about a minute now. It's been an excellent performance here from Kyle Mason, and there's not a great deal of time to go. So we'll shortly get another check-in result here for both of these two runners. Mason does, in fact, have a margin of now out to 50 seconds on Julian Smith. That was the most recent check-in. So those two have come through. And this little section up the hill, this is where we really find out what the athletes are made of. It is a tough part of this course, and Mason now approaches the final quarter of it. And in behind Julian Smith, it's Zachariah Abu. So he's actually overtaken Raj Naidu, but they are now neck and neck. So at the split, they were both 6:54 behind Kyle Mason. In fact, no, just a little update there, but 2 minutes in total behind Kyle Mason. We've got a strange little technical thing happening. But now Mason is approaching that final little sand pit. Now, that is another one that either goes brilliantly in favour of the person entering it, or they tend to collapse. It's the real maker, if you will, as they come through that sand. Here it is there. So Mason will have to push through that and then into this final section that you're seeing on the screen. This is the only indoor part of the course. The auditorium there. And here's another one of the chases for the
girls 18s.
Not to mention the 17 boys as well.
Yeah. Here we go. So we've got times that just starting to come in for checkpoint 2 for the girls 18s.
And Mason has just put that final checkpoint before the home straight, so he should be into the Sydney International Equestrian Centre any moment now. 21:17 has popped up for Mason. Here he is now on the home stretch. Less than 20 to go. A brilliant run here from Mason, and still with plenty in the tank, it looks like he will cross the line in a terrific time, inside 22 minutes. Now that is swift work from Kyle Mason.
Great effort, Mason. And his nearest competitor is probably about 60 metres behind.
It's Julian Smith, who still hasn't quite entered the arena as of yet. In fact, he hasn't even popped up on that checkpoint 6. So there he is getting through the stand. Now gets that checkpoint. So yeah, still 55 seconds behind. So the good news for Julian is he didn't really let that blow out further on lap 2 as he now comes in, as you can see there, the arena. So he'll walk through those doors any moment now and then onto the home straight. Here he is in front of us inside the building. Well done to Julian Smith, wrapping up silver.
And just going back to the girls' 18s, we have a new leader at checkpoint 2, Isabel Chand, at 9 minutes and 39. In fact, same time as Eve Cavalos, who's in second. Emily Raimondo is in third, and Alicia Rizzuto in fourth. And there's only 1 second between the top 4. So it's a tight pack. Here we see them coming up the hill now. And we'll keep an eye on that and bring you the times at checkpoint 3. But only 1 second between the top 4 places.
So a terrific run there from the work of Kyle Mason. Now, the previous record, I believe, was set by Archie Daly in this division at 18:47. So very, very quick work from him. Kyle Mason outside of that time at 21:17. And Rory Reid, of course, in at 19 minutes and 8 seconds. Now, those two were, of course, 1 and 2 in the 18-plus boys a little earlier today, so no surprises there. And for Daly, just falling shy of the record set by Ethan McKenzie, but still a very strong run there from Kyle Mason. Julian Smith confirmed in at second. Zachariah Abood will round out the top 3. He finishes in third ahead of Miles Pinozo. And then fifth was last year's winner, Raj Naidu. So he crosses. And of course, in the 16 boys, he was actually in front of the worker, Julian Smith, Cooper Penman, Zachariah Abood. We've all been thereabouts so far in this one. Lawler now crosses in sixth. Charles Wood in at seventh, 2 minutes and 51 seconds behind the work of Kyle Mason. We've had a couple of other finishers pushing through, so we should now find out our official top 8 who will progress to the next stage of competition at the CCC, the Combined Catholic Colleges Championships.
And going back to our 18 girls, the record from last year's race is a whopping 21 minutes 57, which is almost 4 minutes ahead of second place. And that's held by Claudia Piteri from Rosebank College 5 Dock. 21:57, that's a big ask.
Yeah, it certainly was very quick. It was even faster than the previous record of Mia Tui of 24:4. So she shaved off more than 2 seconds from the work of Mia Tui. And Isabel Chand at the last look at checkpoint 2, of course, was in front, but neck and neck with Evie Cavalos. Also very close with Amelie Raimondi and Alessia Rizzuto. We haven't got another update as of yet. But I think this is going to come down to the wire.
It'd be interesting to see who makes the first move, James. Top 4 places split by 1 second. So it will be interesting to see. And it seems like it's Isabel Chand. She's still in first place, but only 2 seconds ahead of Alicia Rizzuto.
We're seeing a little log jam at the moment here as well, Tan.
Yeah, and Evie Cavalos has dropped back into third. And Emily Raimondi is in fourth. But again, only 8 seconds between the top 4. Anybody's race this still, I think, James?
It certainly is. So Chan with the lead at 14-18. Rizzuto then 14-20 at that previous checkpoint, 14-23 for Cavalos. And Raimondi then a further 3 seconds behind her. So very, very tight as they now head up the hill once again. Now seeing Chan in front of that pack. Rizzuto just in behind her, and then a little bit of a gap between herself and Cavalos, and now Raimondi really applying a fair bit of pressure to Cavalos, who has been under siege for probably the last 5 or 6 minutes here. She was pressing, of course, to take that top spot with Chan, but they're all coming for Cavalos.
Yeah, that's right. They are, and obviously Chan and Rizzuto has overtaken Cavalos. But saying that, James, I think we're only halfway in, so there's plenty of time for Evie to make her move. That close knit of 4 there, as you can see from our camera. So the record to beat today is 21:57. But again, that's a big ask.
Well, the big mission here is to just keep applying pressure to Chan. Don't let her get away. Make sure you're closing that gap, and it's as mental as it is physical, this one. If you're applying that pressure, keeping them honest, sometimes it's even worth a mid-race sprint just to make sure that they know you're there, that you are pressuring them still. Chan, of course, in front, and that's good work there from Rizzuto, who's making her feel that pressure.
She is. She's not going away. She's staying close by, so she's in perfect position to make her move. When she makes a move, it is to be seen, but it's still early days. This is a 6K race, so there's probably another couple of Ks to go. So there's plenty of time. And it seems like Chan and Rizzuto are starting to pull away now from 3rd and 4th place. It's
a great run so far from Isabel Chan, who last year in the 17 girls finished in 13th overall. So she's in front here. It's a massive improvement. For reference, Evie Cavalos, who's dropped back a little bit in this one thus far. She finished 4th, and Rizzuto, of course, finished 10th. So at the moment, it's a battle between the woman who finished 13th in 2024 and 10th. So a massive improvement from this pair. And you can just see there, that gap is closed. So Rizzuto beginning to make her move downhill.
That's right, and they're pulling away from Raimondi and Cavalos as well. And Cavalos is pulling away. Raimondi is pulling away from Cavalos too, to try and cement that bronze position. But Isabel Chan and Rizzuto neck and neck.
We haven't really seen a tight finish so far today. It's all been rather spread between the top 3. This could be an exciting one, so I can't wait to see how it's going to play out in the final exchanges of this particular race. But Chan, now there's a good response from her. She starts to put the foot down up the hill. And she's opened up another gap here of about 5 metres after Rizzuto closed it to just a couple.
And Raimondi in 3rd has opened up a gap from Cavalos in 4th. They're probably about 15 metres now. So the top 3 is starting to take shape. It's not too late for Evie Cavalos, but if she wants to come in the top 3, she does need to make a move now. And Chan is starting to make her move, pulling away from Rizzuto slightly. It's probably got a 10-metre gap there. So very interesting race this. Like you said, James, we've not had a neck-and-neck finish, 1 and 2 yet, but this could be the one.
And we continue marching up the hill here. Beautiful shots of the Sydney International Equestrian Centre, courtesy of Topper Sports, and as part of the Sydney Catholic Schools 2025 Secondary Cross Country Championships. Great to have your company here. Chan still in control. She is led from the outset, but Rizzuto really keeping her honest here. This one could well be decided by the sand. We've talked about it being a potential trap or a great area to exploit a margin and push further ahead, but might need to be the case here for Rizzuto. But as you can see, that gap has opened up now to about 10 metres. So Chan felt the pressure. She has responded, put the foot down, and now really in cruise control, it looks like.
Yeah, she's opened up a gap of about 15 metres now. Let's see if Rizzuto has anything left in the tank just to make that little little comeback and put the pressure back onto Chand. And Raimondo in third place has opened up a big gap between her and Cavalos in fourth. But looks like Chand is making a move, and now just starting here on your screens is our boys 16 years. They'll also be running 6K. So we'll give you some results of that when they pass through checkpoints with the timings. But the race we're focusing on here is the girls 18s, which is Chand, Rizzuto, Raimondi, and Cavalos is top four.
And a couple of runners to watch out here for in the 14 or 15 boys, I should say. Hamish Carson took this event out last year with a time of 13:28. That was, of course, in the 15 boys division, so they were only running at the 4-kilometre discipline, so extra 2 kilometres in the work here. And Dion Petrie is in its second, followed by Anton Akmar. So it's just a few names to keep an eye on in this one. Speaking of keeping an eye on things, we're still checking in here with Isabel Chand and Rizzuto in pursuit, but Chand has managed to maintain that 10 to 15 metre margin here. Rizzuto has now really put a bit of work between herself and the rest of the chasing pack, with Raimondi and Cavalos. So tough work here. Try and rein in Isabel Chen, who's just working so brilliantly at the moment. Of course, as we mentioned, the 16 boys are underway. Last year, Raj Naidu with a time of 18:42.
We're just waiting for split times to come through for our checkpoint 5 for the girls 18s. But we do know that Emily Chan in the picture is leading. But that lead is being cut down by about there's only about 5 meters in it now. She was about 15 meters in front. So this could yet be a bit of a race to the finish line.
It's been terrific pressure this entire second lap from Rizzuto. And we caught up with the pictures as they were ending lap 1. Rizzuto was probably about 10 metres behind. She has closed the gap at times on this second lap, but Chan, each and every time she's felt the breath coming down the neck, she's responded, put on the afterburners and up the tempo a touch. You can also see third place on the picture as well. That should be Raimondi. So Chan with the control, Rizzuto with the pressure, Raimondi, a distant memory for the pair of them, but she's now put a fair bit of distance between herself and Cavalos and the rest of the chasing pack. So that looks to be bronze all sewn up. And in terms of the 16 boys who are underway, we're just waiting for that first split check to come in. But as I mentioned, some of those names to watch for: Hamish Carson, Dion Petrie, Anton Akmar, Ryan Hollyman, Jaden Villafranca, Ryan Moller, Daniel Folks, and Joshua Palazzo, all with very strong times, sub 15-minute times for that matter. But Hamish Carson, of course, the only one under 14, who got 13:28. Amazing.
Rizzuto's making a move, James. The last picture, she was neck and neck with Chand. So remember, once upon a time, she was about 15, 20 meters behind. She's made up that gap, and now hopefully we'll get them back in the picture in a second. But they were looking neck and neck.
She's timed her charge forward well here. So they are approaching the final quarter of this race. Once they get past this little spot that we're seeing currently here on camera, and that really is the very, very final stages.
Hopefully we'll bring you some times and hopefully we'll get them into pictures soon. But again, it's Chan and Rizzuto, clearly the top two. Well ahead of third and fourth place. So again, hopefully we'll get them into soon.
Chan, Rizzuto, then Raimondi, Cavalis. Alexiou was a fair way behind Cavalis before. Raimondi took off, but Cavalis was just fading a touch. So potentially there's an opportunity there for Alexiou to respond well and close that gap. I'm seeing some of the other boys slowly make their way up the hill. It's waiting for Chand and Rizzuto to get back in shot. No update yet on their split time, and in terms of the 16 boys, not sure we've seen a great deal of splits happening for them either. No, I think we've actually lost some of the split time availability here. So yes, there is the move, and Rizzuto has overtaken Chand. So it's been a patient approach. She's timed her run well. Rizzuto just checking in there to make sure she's going the right way, and got the signal from the umpire. Now still looking to turn. Oh, in fact, that might cost her there. She had a little look away. Veered to the right. Chan decided she knew where to go. Went straight ahead. Closes the gap for 5 metres. And now Rizzuto, who's put in so much work, has to respond again.
Both athletes seem like they have plenty left in the tank, which is amazing. This race is over a distance. We're coming down to the almost coming down to the finish line now. So it's Rizzuto followed by Chan, literally half a second behind. Raimondi is a further 37 seconds behind. So first, second, and third, it seems like is cemented. However, it's between Rizzuto and Chan to see who comes first and second. I think we'll have a bit of a photo finish here. Depends who has the most in the tank for that sprint finish.
And still Rizzuto in front at the moment. So even with that little blip on the radar, deviating from the path and allowing Chan to just close the gap a touch, she has hopped back in front, although now allows Chan that inside passage. Once more she overtakes Rizzuto. She simply needs to stop checking where Chan is and just put the foot down. He's had this.
Rizzuto almost took the wrong turn a little way back and all of a sudden got swimming to the finish line. But she's back on track, and it's between her and Chan. Chan is overtaken again, so it's backwards and forwards this race. I think Rizzuto might be making her move soon.
And then once again, she's put the foot down and has drawn level here with Chan. We might try and stay with these two because this is a great battle. You can just see there, though, Rizzuto starting to clutch at the stomach. Little stitches begun to emerge. She's going to have to push herself all the way to the end here. What a great battle this is. Neck and neck as we come inside the final quarter. These two Conference 2 athletes really pushing one another all the way to the finish line. So, of course, the check last time we saw them, it was quite literally a 1 second margin between Rizzuto, then followed by Chand. And Chand has hopped back in front a number of times. Rizzuto there just with hands on the hip momentarily. Raimondi is the closest chaser. She's about 40 seconds behind, though, as we now see the work here of the 16 boys. So Ethan Howard is the leader at 6:54. Hamish Carson, who took out the event in its equivalency last year, 14 seconds behind him, and Dion Petrie, who finished second last time, 30 seconds behind. But let's keep up to date here with the girls. Approaching the sand, the final turn here, and you can see Chand has now pulled away yet again. So Rizzuto took a long time to get in front, then managed to have a lead for probably a minute or two on the second lap. But Chand really has been the leader for the bulk of it. Probably deserves the lead once again, despite the work of Rizzuto. And this is the final stages now of lap 2 as they head towards the finish line. There's still the sand to come. Is there any tricks left up the sleeves of Rizzuto? This is where it can happen.
And how much is left in the tank for Rizzuto? But it seems that Chand is pulling away. She is a good 20 plus meters in front of Rizzuto. So she's bided her time, and now she's made her move. And I'd be very surprised if Rizzuto can catch her now. James?
There's almost a false dawn here for Chand and Rizzuto. Rizzuto certainly thought she had the measure. Now speaking of which, here's Raimondi, who's closed the gap significantly on Rizzuto. Look at Raimondi fly and overtake her. She's got visions of gold the way she's moving. She'll try and bridge the gap now with Chan. So Rizzuto back into third. Ramondi is sprinting toward the end here. And look at the ground she's making up here on Chan. This is going to be tight here. Ramondi coming with an absolute sail. She's got the wind behind her and closes the gap now for Chan to just 15 metres. Well, she had 50 to make up. This is going to come right down to the wire. She decides, let's get around this official. Ramondi now closing the gap to within 5 metres. What a finish we're going to see here. They're going to come right into the equestrian centre, the arena itself. Oh, hang on. No, that's why. My apologies. It's not Ramondi. I've gone off too early. No wonder she's moving so quickly.
I think that was Ethan Howard for the 16 boys.
It might well have. I think you're right there. I went off too early. I was very excited, Tan. I wanted the sprint finish. Anyway, here's Chan into the arena itself. Well, he's got the flowing locks there, Howard. That's not fair. Chan comes in now. Well done to Chan. She's going to take this one out.
Race. And to Rizzuto too, who will be coming to camera now. There we go. Well done to the both of you. Fantastic racing. What great competition.
It was a wonderful battle between the pair of them. You are 100% right. That was Ethan Howard who was just powering forward. I was thinking, good Lord, that's quick. They've left a lot in the tank.
Speaking of Ethan Howard, he's currently leading the boys 16 at checkpoint 3 at a time of 10:13, 19 seconds ahead of Hamish Carson, 38 ahead of Dion Petrie in third, and Jaden Villafranca in fourth, James Power, Levi Zammit, Joshua Palazzolo, and Lachlan McKenzie in eighth. So those are the top 8 so far in the boys race. Boys 16, and after the boys 16 we have a 13-year-old boys race which will be starting around 1 o'clock, and those boys will be running 3 kilometers.
So let's pick up the action here with Ethan Howard, who's given me an absolute all-time stitch-up as he comes up the hill here. I thought for a moment it was a late move from Ramondi, who was already making a move on Cavalos and was really coming down the hill quite quickly. But no, not Ramondi. It is Howard, who now heads up the hill itself. Now, speaking of Ramondi, here she is into the arena. So she will now cross. It was a good move from Ramondi, but overall she wasn't the one powering past Chan.
The top 3 for the 18 girls is Chan, Rizzuto, and Ramondi.
And at the last checkpoint, it was Ethan Howard, followed by Hamish Carson. Now, for reference, Carson took this one out last year in the 15 boys ahead of Dion Petrie. But I dare say Ethan Howard wasn't actually running as part of that, because he didn't even finish in the top 20. And for this kind of a turnaround, you'd imagine there'd have been some sort of performance where he was within that marker. Dion Petrie now also getting to that checkpoint, 44 seconds behind the lead of Howard, followed by Jaden Villafranca, 56 seconds behind, so 12 seconds behind Petrie. And Howard, we can see him marching up the hill here and doing a great job. Some more results coming through. James Power, minute 10 behind the work of Howard at the previous checkpoint. Levi Zammit, neck and neck with him. 1 second in front of Joshua Palazzolo. And then Lachlan McKenzie running at the top 8, 1 minute 13 behind this man on screen, Ethan Howard. He already has a sizable margin ahead of the work of Hamish Carson. So that time last year, 13:28.3. And in terms of the 16 boys' best time, well, that is exactly it. It's a very strong time from Hamish Carson.
Now, Ethan Howard will be coming after Raj Naidu's record time of last year of 18:42. So we'll see how he's tracking. But at checkpoint 4, he's coming at 11:55, 21 seconds ahead of second place Hamish Carson. So Ethan Howard is the one to beat at this moment in time. But we'll see how close he gets to last year's record of 18:42.
Just recapping those results as well. For the 18 girls division, Isabel Chan taking out first place with a time of 30 minutes, 47 seconds. Jeez, that's a long time to be running. Alessia Rizzuto in at second, 15 seconds behind her. Had a great battle throughout that second lap Amelie Raimondi rounding out the top three, claiming bronze. About a minute behind the work of Chan, followed by Evie Cabalas in fourth, Mia O'Shea in fifth, Imogen Engish in sixth, and Jasmine Alexiou has finished in seventh, although we have just got another couple of finishes rolling through the arena now, so we'll have those times for you shortly. And yes, rounding out the top eight now, Brianna Wallums will immediately be going through to the next stage of competition. But on screen, it is still Ethan Howard who is powering forward. It is an impressive display here.
16 boys are running 6 kilometers. So, yeah, he's got probably about another 2K to go. And we'll see how close he gets to last year's record. But then the next race we've got is the 13-year-old boys, which is starting around 1 o'clock. We'll keep you updated with checkpoint times for these 16 boys as we come in.
So Howard now navigating through the mud, up the hill, and then through the trees. Shots here courtesy of Topper Sports. It's part of the Sydney Catholic Schools 2025 Secondary Cross Country Championships. Getting all that data as well brought to you by Multisport. We've set up a number of checkpoints across the tournament here, and Ethan Howard moving around that marker 9 to 10 at the moment and then heading further around that big loop. So we'll get another check-in once he approaches roughly that number 15 marker. We've seen it go off when they hit it for the 20, but also for the 15 at times. But Howard in front by a sizable length here. He had 21 seconds on Hamish Carson at the previous check-in. I dare say, Sam, that's probably out to double that now.
Well, I certainly can't see Hamish Carson, who was in second place at checkpoint 4. So it does seem like that Ethan has extended that lead. By how much, we don't know until the next checkpoint. But he's powering on here. He's not slowing down, that's for sure. It's a steady pace. And he's hot favourite to clinch gold today.
And be a very brave soul to back against Ethan Howard, the way that he's moving here. It's been a consistent theme for our front runners. They really don't seem to be remotely bothered by the distance and by the work they have to put in. Think about the athletic performance and the stride of Archie Daly a little earlier today, for example. Ethan Howard showing us the exact same style here.
It looks very focused, doesn't it, James? The focus is on his own running. Don't technique. I'm sure he's breathing as well. Just have a quick hop around there just to see. I'm not sure if he's Carson but just double check anyway. I think it's just one thing that long distance runners do, right? From time to time, just have a quick glance over. Where's my competitor? But again, he might need binoculars to see second place.
Well, he's just hit checkpoint 5 now, 18:15 the time coming up, so he's certainly not going to be besting the work in the 16 boys category here. That was set by Raj Naidu in an incredible time for 18:42, so that's pretty crazy to think about it, considering just how quick this work is here from Ethan Howard. He's certainly not moving slowly. And we're yet to get his closest competitor clocking in for that checkpoint, so we'll be approaching it now. Once again, this should be Hamish Carson. He was in second previously. Beginning with this checkpoint very quickly, just as they start to round the bend. It's worth noting here, Carson took this out last year.
So Howard has extended he's doubled his lead from Hamish Carson. It was 24 seconds at the last checkpoint, and now at this checkpoint it's got to 48 seconds, so he's powering away. But Carson is, he's still in second, so he'll still go through to CCC.
Well, and certainly at this rate, still end up on the podium as well. Nothing wrong with the silver medal, that's for sure. As Ethan Howard once more has a little check over the neck, which has become customary at this point in time once you hit this part of the track.
That's right. I think it's a natural bend where you can just see out of the corner of your eye. So they're just quick glance.
Well, it's almost like there was an agreement when all these athletes were walking the course to start the morning. Once they get to this spot,
Yeah,
we'll have a little check.
they're absolutely right.
And also Dion Petrie now crossing that threshold. So he is a fair way behind even Hamish Carson here. So he's a minute behind second Dion Petrie, but there's going to be a great battle there for third overall. Jaden Villafranca just 5 seconds behind him, and then a further 8 seconds back is James Power. So realistically, any three of those athletes, there is still a chance to snag bronze. Carson has silver sewn up, and Ethan Howard with a 50-second advantage on Hamish Carson has the gold waiting to be draped around his neck. So into the final quarter of this one, there is Carson in pursuit. So fair way behind the work of Ethan Howard, and then off at the distance, he's craning his neck trying to see the work of Petrie and Villafranca, but they're that far behind him. He needn't worry, as Howard will keep up with him here as he continues powering forward on this course. Will approach the sand. And it's always a great indication that you're at the final portion of this race. So Howard will lap up all the adulation as he enters the arena. He'll soak up the final moments of this race. It's been a very strong performance from the young man in this 16 boys division. Nolan in 2051, that 6 kilometre distance. It's an excellent effort for our previous record. I believe it has been broken since by Raj Naidu, but based on some of those times, I do have question marks as to whether they were still running the 6K here, because Howard's absolutely flown through this course. He'll be arriving in the arena now. Here he is, just in front of myself and Tan. And we'll get to the line. You can just see him continuing to power all the way. Has another little look over the line with just a metre left. I dare say that's the one he didn't need to check, but
yeah,
well done to Howard. He will get there first, having led quite literally the entire race, 22 minutes and 3 seconds.
Judging by the look of him, I think he can run that again. Still looks fresh as a daisy. It looks like his finish time is 22:03. We're waiting for the others to finish, and we'll confirm the top 8 when it comes through.
It's a good little battle here. Now, I'm not sure if this is for second or third at the moment, but we knew it was very tight previously for that bronze medal position. There was 3 runners all within 8 seconds of one another. So potentially there could have been a little bit of pressure applied to that silver position, as we see another one of our female finishers getting to the final line. Now our second competitor will enter the arena. That's Hamish Carson. So he does hold on for second here. So the other interesting thing is going to be that battle for bronze. But well done to Hamish. Second place overall. Ethan Howard, of course, with the gold. And it was between the work of Villafranca, Petrie, who is just in front of him, and James Power, who is in at 5th. So that's the nice little battle that we're anticipating in the final stages. They were roughly a minute behind the work of Carson before.
Hopefully we'll get them in view soon and we can see that battle to the finish line. But yeah, first and second is done. 22:03 for Howard, and Carson a further minute and 6 seconds behind.
And it was tight indeed here, Tan. I think Petrie holds on just in front of the work of that looks to be Jaden Villafranca, who will get across now. So yes, Petrie confirmed in at third. So 1:52 behind the work of Ethan Howard, and about 46 seconds in the end behind Carson. And Villafranca it is indeed who finishes in at 4th, which means Power should be coming through shortly. Here he is now into the arena, and Crossick and Palazzolo also thereabouts, along with Mackenzie. And they were very tight, those three as well, so there could be a few changes here, but Palazzolo has indeed done enough to get in front of Power, followed by Mackenzie. So It is James Power who's actually lost out in that little battle there. He's fallen back a touch. And now there's another finisher crossing here. That should be James Power who gets across the line now. And it is indeed Power confirmed in at 7th. Another couple of finishes coming in tight. There's a nice sprint finish to round out the top 10. Of course, the top 8 automatically going through. The next 2 acting as reserves. Of course, if something then happens to, say, 4 runners, we'll then move across to 11 and 12. But we tend to look at the next 2 finishes as our main reserves. So rounding out the top 8 here, Ethan Howard with gold in a time of 22.03. Hamish Carson just over a minute behind him for silver. Dion Petrie claims the bronze. Jaden Villafranca in at 4th. Joshua Palazzolo in 5th. Lachlan McKenzie in 6th. James Power in 7th. Jack Govers in 8th. First reserve, Thomas Traynor in 9th. And second reserve in at 10th, Elliot Gibson.
Well done, boys. Great effort. We're just waiting for our 13 boys race to start. So we'll bring you updates as and when we receive them. But that was a great race to watch there, the 16 boys, with Ethan Howard coming in first place. So what we have left for today is the 13 boys and girls and 12 boys and girls. So 4 more races to go. Boys should be starting in about 3 minutes' time. Now the record for the 13 boys last year, Joshua Bartle from Rosebank College, 5 drop, time of 8 minutes 49, only 2 seconds ahead of Jaden Kane from the same school. So that was a close race, and we'll keep you updated with the 13 boys once the race starts.
So in the meantime, we might leave you with a few pictures here, and once we see them heading to the starting line, we'll take you through all the action of the 13 boys division right here on Sydney Catholic Schools. Well, speak of the devil, here they are. They're off and running, I believe, a few minutes early. So we thought they were getting underway at 1 o'clock, but they'll get them stuck into it now at 12:57 exactly. So this
no
is
rest of the wicked, they say, James.
No, we've been very wicked, apparently, Tan.
And they're off to quite a pace too. We'll try and find out who's in front at checkpoint 1, and we'll give you the times. But again, another big field here, James. Huge amount of runners. And this is the 13 boys. They'll be running 3 kilometres today. And time to beat from last year, 8:49.
And in terms of the ones to watch, Isaac Sharika is probably our main target here. 8:52.4 in the 12 boys last year, running at the same distance. So that was actually a time that was nearly better than the 13 boys, so just 3 seconds behind. He's a very quick customer. Elias Umel is in at second. Lucian Suarez in at third. And Max Israel, another real gun across a number of sports. He finished in at 4th. So there's some really classy competitors in this one. And we'll shortly get the update here in terms of the first checkpoint. So underway, though, for our first of 4 3-kilometre races, Tam.
Yes, that's right. I'm just making sure that Isaac is running today. But that time that he recorded last year is absolutely amazing. So I think we'll find he's going to be thereabouts. And he is racing, Isaac Tarika from Regent's Park, Trinity, from Conference 2. So we'll bring you those times when they cross the first checkpoint. So last year's 12 boys was Isaac Tarika, who came in at 8:52, and 10 seconds behind him, Elias Umlul, and in third place, Lucian Soares, who was a further 40 seconds behind. So again, we'll give you the times once we have them. Here's some of the 16 boys finishing the race. Well done, boys. It's been a fantastic day today, and thank you so much that the rain has kept away. But with, the grandstands are full. Lots of parents here, and students obviously supporting their teammates.
It's a great start made here in the 13 boys division. Isaac Shrieker had the lead initially, so he was the man that raced out of the blocks. 47 seconds to get to that first marker. That's one of the quickest starts we've seen so far. You mentioned at 10, it looked like they're all out of the traps very quickly. Dexter Wardle just in behind him. Elias Umlil also only a second behind. Ethan Punch was also thereabouts. Mitchell Henville 2 seconds behind the work of Shrieker too. And then Isaac O'Brien, Callan Rock, Lachlan Jakes, Jake Lappy and Jack Lefebvre. So that was the top 10 very early on in this race. It's not really a great indication of how things are set to play out, but we do think that Shrieker will be thereabouts. I think he is still in the lead at the moment. And Dexter Wardle and Elias Umlil, of course, with some good pedigree, especially Umlil, who finished second to Shrieker last year in the 12 boys. Could be in for another good battle here.
I'm not sure about you, James, but it looks like they're sprinting. And Shrieker was pulling away, but Wardle will not let him. I think it's Wardle. It's either Wardle or Umlil who will not let him go. So he's sticking with him. But first and second, it seems like is pulling far, far away from third spot. We can't even see third spot at this moment in time. But it's a fast-paced this, and we could see a record go.
I actually think that might be Shrieker in its second at the moment. So from memory, Shrieker was a little bit smaller than Dexter Wardle. I think I have called him in a number of sports, and he's a real pocket rocket. And he is closing the gap here at the moment on what looks to be Dexter Wardle, if not Elias Umlil. So we'll get a better idea once they come to the checkpoint. But yeah, you can see the gap is really closed there. It was out to 20 metres only about 30 seconds ago, but really reining in that front runner at the moment is our man in second, who I believe is Shrieker. Could be wrong. It's a great battle opening up in the early exchanges here as we get to probably about a kilometre into this race, 3 kilometres in total. Beautiful scenes here at the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Very lush, very green, and all things considered has held up quite well given the massive amounts of rainfall that Sydney has endured over the past week. There's still set to be another 120 millimetres set to fall. So it's not just Tan dealing with this on the Central Coast. It's all of us here in Greater Metropolitan City, and now there's a change of lead as well. I think that is Shrieker, who hops up in front.
We'll bring you the times at the next checkpoint, but it's quite clear that 1 and 2 are neck and neck. And we've no idea who's in third because we can't see them within range. But at checkpoint 2, we'll get you the details. But these two, I'm not sure that they actually understand it's actually 3Ks and not 300 meters because they've just shot off. And they're not slowing down.
We don't actually get an idea about things until reasonably deep into this race too. The next checkpoint is actually at 0.19. Now, in total, if we want to include the start, the finish, there's only 25, and in terms of actual checkpoints, 23 overall. So we're actually not going to find out who's winning this great battle until a little bit of time, but we might get a good look at the bibs here. Now, I'm still quite sure Shrieker is our man in white. So it's hard to pick up the bibs there as they're bouncing around, but great battle between the top two here. Shrieker currently has the lead, 6:55. He just overtakes this. I'm still not sure. Because they're equal. It's 0 seconds. It's Shrieker and Wardle who are neck and neck.
So if we can see the bib somehow, 296 is Shrieker and 294 is Shrieker and 286 is Wardle. But they're neck and neck.
My apologies. Shrieker is in the black.
So Wardle is in white Wardle is currently in front by a couple of meters. And then Elias Umlil is a further 24 seconds behind, followed by, in fourth place, Isaac O'Brien.
So Zrika now drops back to second, and Wardle is the man who overtakes into first. Umlil, as you were mentioning, Tan, he's back 24 seconds behind the pair of them. And then O'Brien a further 9 seconds behind him. Henville 5 seconds behind O'Brien. And then it's Cooper Curry, Benjamin Orton, Callan Rock, Jack Lefebvre, and Jude Wilson rounding up the top 10. But, geez, what a great battle this is here between Zrika and Wardle. Wardle has that little advantage at the moment, but here comes Zrika coming back at him.
They're both refusing to let the other get away. And like I said, James, fantastic battle. And up the hill, they made it look so easy. Just the same pace. Up that huge hill. So they're neck and neck, and it looks like Zrika has just overtaken Wardle again. So they're just swapping first and second, but none of them can get further than a couple of meters away from each other.
Now, this lead has changed several times here on this lap, especially in the past few minutes. Speaking of which, there goes Wardle in front yet again. So Zrika now needing a response. You'd imagine if it comes down to a sprint finish, you're probably backing the man with the more powerful build. Zrika might have more of those fast twitch muscle fibers, but Wardle is going to try and put enough distance here between himself and Zrika that it won't matter. So it's all coming down to the wire here. This is a great battle, probably the closest we've seen so far. It was pretty tight previously between Rizzuto and Isabel Shan, but this one here between Wardle and Zrika. So they approach the final stages of this one. There's literally 2 meters between the pair. 0.1 of a second, I'd say. Wardle still has the advantage. Zrika, though, hot on his heels. They'll get towards the sand. And that's the final little obstacle they have to get through before they arrive at the arena. And it could be a grandstand finish here. It's pretty full at the moment. I dare say we're going to hear some rapturous applause. Onto the sand they go. Wardle in front by about 2 or 3 meters. Here comes Zrika, starting to make a move. He's trying to get around the outside. Oh, beautifully done by Zrika. We've talked about it. This is where that big move can happen on the sand. With the wet stuff, it's all made it quite compact. It's actually perfect for sprinting. And now Wardle needs to respond. Zrika has the power game, though, and pulls further away. He's really flying now. Isaac Zrika opens up a margin of 5. Now make it 10 meters. He's timed this run to perfection, Zrika. Here he comes inside the arena. He's put enough of a gap between himself and Wardle. What a great exchange between these two brilliant competitors. Zrika will cross first. Wardle just a few seconds behind him. And Zrika's time is excellent as well. 10:35 is brought up. And for Dexter Wardle, 10:37. So that's how tight it was all the way to the end.
What a great battle that was between those two amazing athletes. And nice to see at the end there, Wardle just giving a tap on the back of Zrika to say well done. First and second place. 10:35 for Zrika and 2 seconds further behind in second place, Dexter Wardle. Fantastic stuff, boys. Well done. We'll bring you the other positions as they come up. In third place, Isaac O'Brien, 44 seconds behind Zrika. Umlil came in fourth.
And just on Isaac O'Brien, what a terrific final passage of that race for him. He was 9 seconds behind Umlil at the previous checkpoint. He's actually bested him here at the finish line by about 2 or 3 seconds. It's a massive swing in favour of O'Brien. Coming through thick and fast now, so we've had 8 confirmed finishes. So we have our top 8 who are heading off to the Combined Catholic Colleges Championships. Isaac Zrika, of course, with the gold. Dexter Wardle with silver. Isaac O'Brien with the bronze in the top 3, followed by Elias Umlil, then Mitchell Henville in 5th. 6th is Jack Lefebvre. 7th, Benjamin Orton. 8th, Cooper Curry. Our first reserve and 9th place is Callan Rock. And second reserve and 10th overall, Jude Wilson.
and we'll be starting our 13-year girls race soon in the next few minutes. And again, they'll be doing 3 kilometers, and the time to beat from last year is 9:49 by Lily Mollicino. Remember that name, James?
Yeah, well, Mollicino was so dominant in her performance a little earlier today. She took out the 14 girls and wasn't exactly a close run contest. Sienna Moore did a great job popping up into second, but Mollicino was in a class of her own. They're on the starting line now. Well, they're all set to go, but been called up again. And now they get the official starter's gun. So off and running here in our 13 girls division, our third last race of the day. Also running at a 3-kilometre discipline. And as you mentioned, Tam, Lily Mollicino set the marker last year at 9:49, the only sub-10-minute time. Sienna Moore was in at second, of course, once again, unfortunately, between the pair of them, always the bridesmaid, at 10:13.2. And then Gabrielle Buckman came through with that third-place finish. But in terms of ones to watch in this particular field, Veronica Rogers took out the equivalency in the 12 girls last year. Cleo Javeski was in at second, and Amia Coleman in at third. So those are some of the top guns for this one.
Yeah, close race last year, the 12 girls. I'm sure some of the top 4 or 5 names will be thereabouts again in the 13s this year. We'll keep an eye on that and bring you the results as we speak. And we've got some sprint finishes here for the boys 13s. Well done, boys.
And a sprint start too for the 13 girls here. So Ella Plummer taking that early advantage, 51 seconds to get to that first checkpoint. Maybury neck and neck with her. Veronica Rogers also just in behind. And of course, Rogers took out this event last year, followed by Zara Castelletti, Talia Cavicia, Riley Nair, Sienna Maguyas, Luella Carnero, Isla Baraniak, and Charlie Haley. So once again, we can see the rain is now pelting down here at Sydney International Equestrian Centre. We're all rugged up in the box, so we don't have to deal with it. But goodness me, it really is a race of all elements.
It has. We've had it pretty good so far, though, haven't we, James? I mean,
you're in shorts. That's how good it is for you. It's warm in here.
That's how stupid I am. But anyway, yeah, we've had it pretty good so far, considering it's been threatening to rain all day. It's starting to rain now, but that's fine. It's part of cross country. It's part of being an athlete. You know, you just go out and just do it, right? Rain or shine. Not Nike. Just go. And like I said, you know, you see it helps if, you know, athletes cool down too, right?
I can't stop staring at the shorts now. That's all I'm looking at.
Stop looking at my legs.
Stop keeping them toned.
But we do have the girls 13 racing at this moment in time, and 2 more races after this, which is the boys 12 and girls 12 to round off today.
And of course, Plummer had the early lead. Maybury was neck and neck with her and Veronica Rogers, who took out the event last year. Was just in behind. And in terms of some of those other top names here, we haven't actually seen those come to the fore as of yet. So Coleman, Taha, Lawrence, Balcom, none of which were listed in the top 10 of that first split. Now, it's worth mentioning it's a real sprint start. A very long race at 3 kilometres, so there's a long way to go from that point. But it's been a pretty consistent theme. If you're out in front in the early stages, you're still there at the end.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show, you know, how much stamina they have, you know, to go out fast at the front of the race and to hold on for 3 kilometers, whether it's 3 or whether it's 6 or 8. It takes a lot of stamina to stay there, right?
Absolutely, and as that rain continues to pour down here, spare a thought for our camera operators out there, giving you these beautiful pictures. Now, we actually don't have someone on this final camera here. That's stationary, but every other shot you're seeing, that is absolutely biblical. It's going to be cats and dogs and 2 of each in a second. Where's the Ark with Noah?
Hey, remember?
Oh, my goodness, look at that.
My team is outside. I made the right decision.
I think that's sunk too. That is catastrophic.
That is, and you can see our GSOs out there in the pouring rain. Just a shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. Events like this would not happen without our general sports officers that come to help us run these events.
Well, that's how that it is. I'll tell you what as well. We're going to be silent for a second. You can hear the rain hitting the roof. That is coming down. And the students have responded too. They actually let out a cry for help. It looks like we've got fog putting through. It's as if it's the mist of the Night of the Walking Dead. Well, this is something severe. We're not talking about just a bit of rain. This is a genuine downpour on our poor camera operators. Boys, you've earned your money today, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. We talk about all the elements. The poor girls as well. I mean, they've just started the race. It's worth pointing out, it was barely sprinkling when they were at that starters line, and now we have biblical rain.
The skies just opened, and it is chucking down out there. So, as you mentioned, 4 camera operators, our sports officers out there at each checkpoint as well. Hopefully they'll have towels in the car.
I'll tell you what, Tan, I think there's going to be quite a few of your co-workers gunning for your job here, joining me in the booth for the next one.
No chance.
Not looking to swap? Not looking to find some pants? You're going to keep it in the shorts? Well, very, very well. That's the issue here for the girls. It's the first real time with us to think, oh, here we go, the towels come out. That's not for the camera, but it's for the camera. So that's selfless work. That is selfless. And believe it or not, there's no one racing. This is the only one that survives. That's near the starters block. Now still seeing a few drops just come on the lens itself, but no, that's not a pond you're seeing. That is asphalt. And there's a fair layer of water over the top of it too. I hope the drainage is good here. But yeah, you can see that. Now that puddle, that didn't exist until moments ago. We had a little bit on this left-hand side, but that deeper chasm that you've seen full of water, that was empty.
It's going to be quite slippery coming up that hill now, gents, with all that rain.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how the students tackle this. But to run up there with all that water going down, it might be a bit tricky.
I think tackle might be the key word. We might see a few of them shoulder barging the ground as they come up the hill, trying to maintain their footing. So if you're wondering what's happened to the drone, I dare say the rain has put a dampener on that idea. And here we go with the rain continuing to team down. Now, believe it or not, that is nowhere near as heavy as it was just moments ago, and it's still extremely thick. But this is our leader. It should be Ella Plummer, who was in front from the get-go. Could also be Veronica Rogers, though. So keep a close eye, but still pretty tight, really, at the top here between the front three. And this has been a feature of some of our younger age groups today.
It's hard to see the numbers on their bibs, but the top three is first place has probably got a 15-metre lead on 2 and 3.
It's Isla Baraniak.
Yeah.
So she's in front here. So that's a bit of a surprise.
And Ellen now is in second with Rogers in third.
Of course, Rogers was the winner last year. So that's one to keep an eye on. Mayberry's not too far behind the next chasing pack there, leading that, along with Riley Nair. But yeah, this is a great performance here from Baraniak.
But there is only 5 seconds between the top 3, so close enough to still make the move to challenge for top spot. But Baraniak in first, Plummer second, Rogers in third, and Mabel currently in fourth, 15 seconds behind first place.
Now, she didn't take part in this competition last year, I believe, Baraniak. So she's a little bit of an unknown quantity, if you will, but what we are seeing so far is high quality. And it's forcing a great response from Ella Plummer and Veronica Rogers, who are tied in a terrific battle at the moment for second. But they'll need to put the foot down to try and bridge this gap between themselves and Baroniak.
This is the hill we were talking about earlier, James. This is how they tackled this with all that water flowing down after that torrential downpour. But you know what? No issues at all for our athletes. Straight up.
So Baroniak now inside the final third of this one. So 8:14 was that previous split. 4 seconds in front of the work of Plummer and Veronica Rogers. I think that is still Plummer who's in at second, and she's actually pulled a fair bit away here from Veronica Rogers, who was our winner in the 12 girls last year. And now the chasing pack isn't too far behind either. Maybury and Nair battling for that one. Charlie Haley and then Zara Castelletti leading the rest of the pack. And it really is a pack here with Maguias, Renato and Kazon all involved as well. So there is Baroniak, though, rounding another turn and getting close toward that sand. Once you hit the sand, that's just about it. And she's got a good margin here on both Plummer and Rogers.
And our 12-year-old boys race will be off to the start soon, followed by our last race of the day, 12-year girls. But in the picture is our 13 girls race, who's currently with the leader of the race, Baroniak, and Rogers in third. That downpour for these poor girls must have been so hard to run through that. James, there's water's coming into your eyes and into your face.
You're not wrong. I'm actually thinking it might even be worse, though, for the 12 boys who have been sitting there in the marshalling area. They can't even run to try and warm up. They've just been getting drowned.
You know, earlier when I said, a bit of water is good, it helps you cool down. I think that was a bit too much.
I think the only water they'll be needing after this one is a hot shower once they get home. It's quite cool as well. In fact, that's a good little idea. What is the current temperature? It's very chilly at the moment. As I mentioned, I've got no idea why you're wearing shorts. You haven't dressed for the conditions. I'm very disappointed. It's only 19 degrees, Tam.
Well, I do come from the Central Coast, It's normally like Barbados, but with the rain this week.
It's still a bit like Barbados, isn't it? It's
it
pretty.
Is. Yeah.
Was it Caribbean, Barbados?
It is.
Yeah. That's got a lot of humidity there. I'm going to say near the
Yes.
Tropic of Capricorn. I should know which
Correct.
tropic it's near, but I don't know if it is. Up towards the equator. Let's go with that. The girls are still marching up this hill now. And Plummer was chasing, but we've seen a finish here for Baroniak. And now looks like Plummer coming in, followed by Veronica Rogers here in the arena. So taken out by Isla Baroniak with a time of 12:25. An excellent run from her. Not quite enough, it looks like, potentially to get in front of the work of Lily Mollicino. I can only imagine, though, I think there must have been a slightly different distance here, because Mollicino came in at 9:49, and then the next few results were all at least under the 10 mark. So I think we've actually had a slight change of distance here for this age group. But then Ella Plummer, of course, in at second. She was holding firm in that position for some time. Veronica Rogers will take out bronze and round out the top three. Riley Nair did enough to get in front of Sienna Mayberry. In the end, beat her by 12 seconds, claiming fourth. Mayberry in at fifth. We've had quite a few finishes now coming through quickly. So their results now popping up. Sienna Maguias in at sixth. Amelia Cazon in seventh. Avery Reid rounding out the top eight. And first reserve and ninth is Lily Renato, followed by Emma Morton, who is the second reserve and in at 10th.
The rain does seem to have pulled a little bit after that 5 minutes of madness. But we'll be looking to start our 12-year-old boys race any second now, followed by our 12-year-old girls. And the girls here, the 13 girls, have just sprint finished here. Well done, girls. I'm sure you're pretty wet after that downpour. A great effort. Time to beat the 12-year-old boys. The record last year is 8:52 by an Isaac Zuka. Isaac running 13 boys a little bit earlier.
This is a final call for event 14, the 12 years boys. Your race is about to move on to the start line. You need to be under the grandstand immediately. That's if there are any 12 years boys running in a 3-kilometre race. Your event is about to be on the start line. Please make your way to the grandstand immediately.
Medal presentation round. Conference for boys 13-year-old age group. In third place, Cooper Shaheen, Sanabia Dua. In second place, Frank Corso,
last race of the day. James Preston and Tan Fan bring you all the action here. 3 kilometres to go for this one. And certainly energetic start after what's been a very difficult marshalling area with the rain pelting down. I can only imagine potentially, Tan, the slight delay initially in getting a race ahead of schedule, because this is still ahead of schedule, it is to be pointed out, but I think part of that might have been to do with that horrific downpour that, for those who are just joining us, might have missed. It was catastrophic, the amount of rain that was coming through.
It was for about 5 seconds. The heavens just opened and it was bucketing down. And the girls' 13-year-old race has just started. So the poor girls, but however, they powered on and finished the race. Well done, girls. And now with the 12-year-old boys starting to race, the rain has stopped, saying that it's very, very wet underfoot. There's a lot of puddles around, a lot of inclines as well for them to tackle. So hopefully they'll keep their feet. But the time to beat for this one is by our superstar runner Isaac Zureka, 8:52 from last year. And we'll keep you updated with the timings as they cross the checkpoints.
And we've had a bit of chat about this as well, and whilst we were seeing that last race finish with a little bit of music in the background as to whether they are running the same distance, for some of these records that have been getting broken, we expect them maybe to be broken by a minute or so, potentially depending on performance. But when it's 3.5, 4 minutes, that's when we start to question, is it the same distance? Obviously the course changes each year, but potentially depending on the age bracket and how we recategorise things, given that Sydney School Sports, the Sydney Catholic Schools is still quite a new organisation, there is a little bit of tinkering in the opening few years as well.
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely right. So, yeah, we will keep an eye out on the timings. But at checkpoint 1 here, we have a Carson Brown that's come in at 52 seconds, followed closely behind, 3 seconds behind by Isaac Add, and Elliot Hagan in third, a further second behind. So, early days yet, lots more distance to run, but we're off to a start. And as James mentioned earlier, this is our second to last race with the 12-year-old boys, and then we'll finish off today with 12-year-old girls.
And there's a bit of fun about these 12-year-old categories as well. We haven't seen any of these athletes competing in a secondary schools race before, so it really is a case of the unknown.
Sure, absolutely. But it's also a case of watch out for some of these names next year, right? Because we're very, very blessed in the kind of schools to have some amazing athletes. So just like the names, that we come across all the time in swimming or church or tennis or also cross country. Well, some of these names will become very familiar for the next few years as they compete in other sports as well.
Now seeing a few of our next group of runners start to head out towards the marshalling area. Of course, we will wrap things up after this race with the 12-year-old girls, 3 kilometres. And this is roughly at the halfway point you're seeing here with this particular shot, 15A, the checkpoint there. We do have, I believe, 2 checkpoints before we come into the arena itself in this 3-kilometre race. Yes, we do, 2 checkpoints. Now, the second one, once it gets taken, is actually quite deep into the race. So we don't have eyes on our races up until they hit either the camera or they're hitting one of these checkpoints. If you are just joining us now, we have had a drone up and about throughout the day, but with the torrential rain, safety first, of course, for our camera operators. We've put that away for the meanwhile. Might get a chance to get it back out, but in the meantime, we'll try and do the most accurate job we can for you and keep you up to date with who's in the lead, where they're running on the course. We really do appreciate the work of our camera operators here. It's been tough conditions for them to deal with today.
It certainly has. And a huge shout out to them, and also our volunteers and sports officers outside. They've been out there all day helping the students navigate the course. And in that downpour, oh gosh, I was glad I was in this booth.
Now, I must say, if you've just joined in, Tan has not particularly dressed to the conditions. You might have the jacket on, but that's where it ends. And I won't reveal what else he's wearing if you're just joining us. But My friend, invest in a raincoat. As we're seeing a few of the runners.
Pants will do next.
Well, there you go. You've added yourself. That's fine. I'll do it once. You do it yourself. We'll get a nice bit of balance. I see them just running through the trees at the moment. So that's heading downhill.
I am wearing shorts, just to be clear. But maybe next time I'll put some long pants on.
Can't believe this has become this much of a topic of discussion. Oh, I'm fine. So there they are, just running through the trees at the moment. It's a beautiful, beautiful course here at the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. At times resembling a golf course, certainly how it looks like for me. I'm often in the rough or in the bushes, very rarely on the fairway or in the green. And, of course, at that first checkpoint, very early on, though, it's only about 100 metres after the start point, it was Carson Brown who was in the lead, followed by Isaac Ard, Elliot Hagan in third, Ethan Glavin. Not Galvin. There's been a lot of discussion about Galvins of late. This is Glavin in at fourth, Hugo Hammond in fifth, Ollie Harcher in sixth, Montel Graham seventh, Cooper Zatharopoulos in eighth, Payus Tan in ninth, and Vinay Dow in at 10th. And the drone is back up and running, so we have enough of a break in the rain to get it back up there. Well done to Matt and the team at Top of Sports. You can see our front runner right there at the top of the screen. So picking up the pictures there, and we'll get an idea as to who that is very shortly. They are approaching the second checkpoint in this one. 3-kilometre race. Of course, still the 12 girls to come after this. But that's a pretty sizable advantage that's been opened up here by our leader of the pack. In between himself and second, there's probably a good 25 metres. You can still see some of the rain coming down here. Fortunately, not as heavy as it has been in the past 30 minutes, but still, it's a wet old day out in Western Sydney.
Looks like Brown has made his move early. Like I said, he is ahead by about 25, 30 metres. So let's see if second and third place can make some of that space back up. At the last checkpoint, it was Isaac Ard and Elliot Hagan, with Ethan Glavin in fourth and Hugo Hammond in fifth. But you can see from that picture there, it is quite heavy rain now.
Yeah, it's picked up again, and we've also got the 12 girls at the marshalling area set to start soon. As our front runner has a little look back. Now we're thinking that's Kyson Brown. We'll get a better idea in just a moment as he approaches this second checkpoint. It's a big margin he's opened up, though, a good 20 metres now. And it is indeed Kyson Brown who is still in front here. So terrific start from Kyson Brown. 8:05 is the current time. Yes, there's absolutely no way that previous result of, I think it was 8:52 from Isaac Drika, that can't be the same distance here, because he'd basically already be finished now.
No, for sure. For sure.
So take it with a grain of salt, some of these records here today. Now, we will have to get them confirmed overall, but some of the longer distances we can confirm. Those were new records. Layla White, for example, that's a new record, but I think it just might be this 3-kilometre course is a little bit different, as Ollie Harcher checks in second place, 23 seconds behind Kyson Brown.
You would have seen in the last picture there, the girls, 12-year-olds, are getting ready to start their race. So hopefully they can start sooner rather than later, because it is starting to rain again, and we're in the marshalling area, just getting wet. But here we have Brown here, just leading the race. He's going to take a right turn here and come up the steep incline. But he's on his own here, and he's cruising. Looks very composed. Doesn't look tired at all.
He's powered up that hill, and it is quite steep and slippery, that particular spot. But Kyson Brown, picture of focus as he continues to trek forward here. Now, typically our runners have had a little look there, and of course, right on cue, there is Kyson Brown craning the neck, looking for the next closest. And the good news for him is that they're a fair way behind. The rain picks up yet again here, so I dare say that's the end of the drone once more. Here's the man in at second, that's Ollie Harcher. And there's quite a few runners in pursuit of him at the moment, but they haven't popped up on our checkpoint as of yet. So Brown followed by Harcher, and then Hugh chasing in for third place. Now, is that Brown who's now lost the hat? So he's going to have to go back on the course for that.
I'm sure one of our volunteers will pick it up for him. He doesn't need a hat. He's already wet. He'll be fine. Winning a race is more important than getting your hat.
That's very true. I got very attached to a hat I had, and I went over to Europe last year and lost it there, and I'm still thinking of that hat, though. So you say it doesn't matter.
So you got
I can
PTSD.
tell you now. Yes,
Yeah.
I've got absolute trauma associated with the loss of hats. As Harcher now rounds that bend, he's in second. The rain picking up again here at Sydney International Equestrian Centre. And it's tough going for our youngest competitors. It was nice and clear for all the older ones. And now as we get into our 13 years division, our 12 years division, that's when it has been absolutely torrential at times, and even right now, quite heavy. You can see the track beginning to deteriorate quite quickly. We didn't have any of that mud coming through this shot earlier in the day, but it's all started to form here. So Brown and Harcher, those are our two front runners here. Unfortunately, the other results aren't being populated at the moment from the split tracker. But we'll keep a close eye in the arena here for Brown to enter. He shouldn't be too far away. Not long after that last shot that we saw, both himself and Harcher rounding that turn, they then arrive at the sand. The sand is the last real cross-country-like obstacle, if you will, before they enter the arena, which is nice and clean and clear. And here is Carson Brown now in the arena, approaching the finishing line. A terrific run from Carson Brown. And we'll pick up first place. He had a good margin on Ollie Harcher of about 23 seconds at the previous checkpoint. Harcher yet to enter the arena, but shouldn't be too far off the work here of Brown. A great run from Carson Brown, and welcome to Sydney Catholic School's secondary division. So we now see the 12 girls underway here, Tam.
This is our final race of the day here, the 12 girls. Just slightly ahead of schedule here. Hopefully the rain will not get any worse for them. But here we have Archer coming in here. So the top 8 for our boys 12 year age group is Carson Brown coming in first, with Ollie Archer second. Wait for the other times to come up. But our girls have started. And our boys are coming into the finish line here, 12-year-old boys. Hugo Hammond came in third, 48 seconds behind Carson Brown. And Isaac Ad in fourth. Cooper Zafiropoulos came in fifth. Elliot Hagan, Montel Graham in seventh, and Mitchell McGregor in eighth. They're our top 8 in the boys 12-year-old.
So the time there, 12 minutes, 18 seconds for Carson Brown. Now, the previous time I have in this division is Lachlan Wheeler at 11:32. So I think that's still accurate. And Isaac Drieker's time must have been at a shorter distance. So he crossed in 8:52. And Wheeler, of course, very strong competitor, as we can see the rain picks up again here on the 4 girls. Well, geez, the girls have had the brunt of this.
Yeah.
It's been the 13 girls, now the 12 girls. Right. And both time, I don't know what they've done, but they've displeased the weather gods. Someone needs to do a reverse rain dance out there. Once you come past the camera, get the sunshine dance going. There's a couple of fast finishes as well, and just rounding out those athletes here in the 12-year-old boys. So McDougall also will finish inside the top 10. He'll be the first reserve, and James Randall in at 10th will be second reserve. So just recalibrating their entire top 10. First to Carson Brown, second to Ollie Harcher, third and bronze to Hugo Hammond, fourth Isaac Ard, fifth Cooper Zafiropoulos, sixth Elliot Hagan, seventh Montel Graham, eighth Mitchell McGregor, and our first 2 reserves, Ben McDougall and James Randall.
And just to give you some checkpoint times for our final race, 12 girls. Coming in first place is Trinity Bustani at 56 seconds. 4 seconds ahead of Karina, and in third place, again, just a second behind Amelia Murray. So all very close. This is our final race of the day, 12-year-old girls.
It's a good pace they're on at the moment. So looking at a roughly 5 minutes per kilometre, this being a 3-kilometre race, you'd imagine that'll round out to about 15 minutes in total. Now coming into this one, Layla White has the record. And once again, she did exactly that, establishing a new record in the 14 girls division at 14:20. So I believe she may have actually also had the 13 girls there for this longer distance. Now, in between, Lily Mollicino, of course, ran a 9:42, but we're thinking that might have been just a little bit of a slightly shorter distance. So that is the mark to beat here, the work of Layla White potentially at 13:06. And at the moment, Pastani and co will have to pick up that pace a little bit to try and do that. We're still seeing a few finishes come through here for the 12 boys. And once again, on cue, the rain has stopped, so it's coming in, well, I would say drips and drabs, but it's more like downpours and then torrents of rain.
That's right. And it's tough conditions now for our young athletes. For most of the day, up until probably, half an hour ago, it was relatively dry, and we had a huge downpour. And then now it's starting to sprinkle again, so it's very, very wet out there, very heavy on the legs, and with the different terrain, going on grass and gravel and sand, it is very, very tough. But I'm sure that our girls will excel. I'm sure they're having a good time out there. What do you think, James?
I think they'll be having a great time, and that has been the most consistent theme of the day. Not that it's wet. Not that we've seen records broken, but we've seen a lot of smiles on faces. We've seen some pretty acrobatic stuff when they come around to the cameras too. Cartwheels and little hop and a skip.
Yep.
Even saw a couple shuffling earlier.
Plenty of smiles, which is what it's all about. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's not quite finished yet, but it's our last race. But thank you for tuning in. If you tune in live, or if you're going to tune in later on tonight, and watch this amazing day. I must say thank you to all the volunteers and our sports officers for doing a great job, who's been stuck outside all day guiding our athletes and making sure everything goes to plan, and if anyone needs help, they get help straight away. And also our amazing sports team who have set up the track and now unpack and repack everything up. So these days do not happen. We have the easy job like gents. We rock up in shorts, sit in a booth.
Well, some of us rock up in shorts.
But the real hard work is done by our colleagues out there. So thank you so much for that, guys.
And we'll just take a cast of thousands, so to speak, and we're seeing a bunch of our front runners and then the chasing pack through the trees here at Sydney International Equestrian Centre, a beautiful venue for secondary cross-country championships here for Sydney Catholic schools. It's been another terrific event. It always goes off without a hitch. So I'll keep marching down this hill. And for reference, of course, we're roughly moving through at the moment regions 7 through to 12, and then they'll take a little bend at the bottom, and we should get a check of their positioning at around checkpoint 15. So just past the halfway point, and then approaching the end of this race. And I'll start to arrive at that giant sand pit, and then finally into the arena, which was a terrific place to finish. And that has been a consistent theme for Sydney Catholic schools, is selecting these venues which has this wonderful finishing aspect to it, whether it be Sydney Motorsport Park or here, where we can really get the crowd amongst things and ride them home.
Yes, correct. And it's very important to us to be able to offer our students the best that we can. But these things cannot happen to the standard that we offer without our sponsors, James. where some amazing sponsors on board. So we must say a huge thank you to them for helping us put on.
Just taking a look here at our front runner. I think that might actually be Karina Ng. It looks like she's overtaken Bastani, who had the early lead, but it was by the barest of margins. They're in fact neck and neck. So Karina Ng in front here for the 12 girls division. Yes, her conference time coming through at 8 minutes and 32 seconds. So she's actually improved on that pace significantly. Off the starters block, it was about 5:51. She's actually improved that to 3:59. So she's really taken off. And now Amelia Murray in at second out of conference 4, 14 seconds behind NG. And then still a little bit of a gap between Murray, who is on screen now, and the next closer. So already looks to be a two-woman race here, Sam.
Certainly does. And Karina Ng, she's put on the further boots, right? The kilometre times that she's improved by is absolutely amazing. So here she is. And she looks very, very cold. Running a great race with a steady pace. And she's got a good lead ahead of Murray.
So up the hill she goes now. Final race of the day. It's been a wonderful card. We started, of course, with the 16 years girls bright and early in the morning, 9:40. We went through the 18 boys and then up to the girls with 15 and 17, and we've chopped and changed in our distances as now NG gets up this slippery hill once again, which has really been navigated quite well by our runners today. And just updating you, in at third is Julina Agnozzi. So she's about 110 behind Karina Ng at that previous checkpoint. And at fourth is Mia Marbani. 112 behind the work of NG, so just 2 seconds in behind Vagnozzi. Then Chloe Hunter, Ella Green, Amelia Stribanovsky, Lola Jane Ferrugia, Amber Melham, and Louis Tabaniti. So on screen at the moment, that's our second place, Amelia Murray, who, of course, as is customary, as is tradition, up the hill, you have a little look back at the rest of the field.
Every single race, the same spot.
I think almost every runner as well.
I think that
doesn't matter how far you are back in the pack.
By our team.
I think so. They might have said, now this is a really good spot to just train the neck and not even check for your closest competitor. Enjoy the sights here at Sydney International Equestrian Centre. So NG around this turn, she's getting very close to that sandpit, which means this is just about done. We've seen some great battles on the sand so far today. A chance to put the foot down or to make up some territory that needs to be gained in the closing stages. As now the chasing pack pushes forward. There is second, Amelia Murray, rounding that turn. So she's in front of those couple of runners that we just saw on screen in the previous shot. That's likely to be Vagnozzi and Marbani, who've been in a great battle so far. It'll be good to see who's going to come out on top in the battle for bronze. There's also a chaser coming in the form of Chloe Hunter there, so not too far behind the rest. But NG has this one sewn up, you'd imagine. Her pace was phenomenal at the previous split, 3:59 per kilometre. And Murray was running at about 7 seconds slower, 4:06, and makes a whole deal of sense when you consider she was 14 seconds behind in total, and that was roughly the 2K market. So it's giving us a good indication. You'd imagine this is likely to blow out to probably about 20 seconds by the time NG arrives into the arena and then crosses the line. She's getting very close to that point. There's the chases of Agnozzi and Marbani, who are currently fighting it out for the bronze. We'll get a better idea of who's going to claim that once they arrive at the arena. There's still a fair bit of a gap between the pair of them. And also Chloe Hunter and Ella Green pushing through. And now here is the rest of the chasing pack in the middle of the field. If you're joining us at the start of the broadcast and you saw the rain pelt down, well, that's why it looks like a big puddle now as MG enters the arena, continues powering all the way to the line and will take out first place. A brilliant run from Karina NG, who led from the get-go. She was equal initially with Murray, who got off to a flying start, pulled away at that second checkpoint, and has continued to power forward at a great pace as well. 4:48 per kilometre. That brings her total time to 13:07. Murray is now into the arena as well with a time. It should tick over just outside of 13 and a half minutes. She crosses the line now, so well done to Murray. In for the silver. And G, of course, with the gold. And there is a good battle on our hands for bronze. So Amelia Murray, just getting outside that 13:30 time, 13:39 her end time with a 5:06 minute per kilometre split. Of course, Layla White had the record for the 12 girls at 13:06. So it's very, very close here for Karina NG. I believe it's just a second outside of it, so she's only just missed out for Layla White. And we're still seeing them hop up the hill here.
Keep going, girls. Keep going.
Now here comes our third place getter. Oh, it's still very tight right at the end here, 10. All the way into the arena. Those two have been locked in a tremendous battle. We'll get a good idea as to who has actually claimed that bronze medal now, given it has been neck and neck with Vagnozzi, who does indeed hold on. So she was really being pursued the entire length of that race. It ended up being Hunter who got closest to her. So Hunter overtook the work thereof. I'll just double check who it was. I think it might have actually been Marbani initially. Now this should be Marbani coming through as a result. Nice sprint finish all the way to the final line. So well done to Vagnozzi, rounding out the top three, claiming the bronze ahead of the work of Chloe Hunter, who did a great job to just apply the pressure, hop up into fourth. Marbani will indeed take fifth. A few more finishes coming through now. And one inside the arena yet again here. So this should round out the top 8. So Ella Green crossing in 6th. Amelia Strubanovsky in 7th. And we'll have our 8th place getter popping up in just a moment. And that goes to Lola Jane Ferrugia. Our first two reserves coming through now, so we know who's going to be off to the Triple C Championships coming up soon. So in terms of the automatic races, if you will, first place with Karina NG getting the gold. Amelia Murray claims the silver. Juliana Vagnozzi claims the bronze. Chloe Hunter in 4th. Mia Marbani 5th. Ella Green 6th. Amelia Strubanovsky 7th. Lola Jane Ferrugia 8th. 9th and first reserve Amber Melhelm. And 10th and second reserve Lily Tavaniti.
Well done, girls. Fantastic racing in conditions that were very, very hard to run in. Here we go. We've got a sprint finish here to the line. Despite the downpour for those 5-10 minutes, James, it's been a great day, isn't it?
No, the wet weather hasn't dampened the spirits, that's for sure. We're still seeing some wonderful competition, a lot of smiles on the faces. It's hard not to enjoy yourself when you're on such a beautiful course, even with the tough conditions. And you're seeing there on that shot, it's very wet. It has deteriorated as the day has gone on. That started as a beautiful, clean field, one that you could have putted to get a birdie maybe. But instead, it's now all dredged in mud. So some of our finishes continuing to come through now. And just in case that we lost you there on that broadcast, we'll just recap the top 10 yet again. Karina NG claiming first and gold with a time of 13:07, 1 second outside of the record from Layla White. So a terrific run from NG. I'm sure if she looks back on that, we'll be thinking, oh, I was so close to just snatching it there at the end. But it's hard to tell, of course. Silver for Amelia Murray, 32 seconds in behind NG. Third for Juliana Vagnozzi with the bronze, followed by Chloe Hunter in 4th, Mia Marbani in 5th, Ella Green 6th, Amelia Strubanovsky in 7th, Lola Jane Ferrugia in 8th, Amber Melhem in 9th, and Lily Tavaniti in 10 to round out our top 10. But, Tan, you're right, it's been an awesome day. I know there's a lot of work that goes into these events. Set up, of course, the day before, and then another early rise on the day itself, and a lot of logistical bits and pieces that go well in advance of just the actual physical setup.
Absolutely. These events are months in planning, and then, the logistics of getting equipment packed and transported down here, and then the team spending, hours setting up the actual track, and sometimes having to stay over somewhere local because they're back here at 6 a.m. to finish the setup, and obviously make sure that everything is prepared for when the students arrive. So again, great job, team. Very, very proud of you. Always doing a fantastic job. So James, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your professional commentary as always. I've had a great day, learning a lot from you. None more so than wear long pants at these events.
I think that might be the overarching theme. Dress to the conditions, dress to the occasion.
Well, I thought I might be able to get out on the track and, do a bit of running myself. But
we have had some volunteers today who've been assisting. That could have been you. You just forgot the yellow bib on top of that.
That's right.
Which, I mean, look, it's worth mentioning one more time. It is National Volunteer Week. If you know a volunteer, whether they're here today or doing something in your community, make sure you say thanks. And for that matter, if it isn't too late, maybe you're at work and you've got to spare a couple of tyres in the office, it is Wear Orange Wednesday. Now, the Sydney Catholic School staff, they've all done their part, naturally, because the uniform is, of course, black and orange.
That's
so that works quite well. What's the next big event we've got coming up here for Sydney Catholic Schools, Tan?
We've got some, I think we've got some soccer stuff coming up. Let me have a look at our list, actually. What do we have?
No, rugby league isn't too far around the corner either. That's usually in June or July. We also have the Schoolboys Cup underway. We'll have quite a few of those Sydney Catholic school sides competing. Holy Cross Ride, of course, is typically quite a strong competitor in those tournaments. And across both primary and secondary schools, there's just so much action throughout the year. And the best part is you can tune into all of it. You don't have to brave the elements. You don't have to dress to the occasion. You don't have to be like Tan.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be like Tan. Believe me. But what do we have on? We've got lots of football coming up, volleyball as well, and then we'll have our Sydney Championships. We've got more athletics in Term 3 at SOPAC. And our athletics finals at SOPAC will be big. So, yeah. Will you be there, James? Are you normally there at the finals?
Yeah, certainly are for SOPAC and some of our major codes there with their final days. But speaking of final, that looks to be done and dusted here with our last race of the day. We hope you've enjoyed all the action for the Sydney Catholic Schools Cross Country Championship Secondary Division for 2025, live from the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Been a pleasure bringing it to you. My name is James Preston alongside Tan Fan. Thank you very much to Topper Sports for providing all the pictures in very treacherous conditions to all the Sydney Catholic School staff. We can't do it without you. To all the parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles watching at home, thanks for tuning in. Thanks, of course, for bringing your little bundles of joy into the world and having them compete on the ultimate stage. We will catch you next time.
Catch you soon.